Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the George W. Norris Legislative Chamber. The afternoon session is about to reconvene. Senators, please record your presence. Roll call. Mr. Clerk, please record.
There's a quorum present, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do you have any items to the record?
No items at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. While the legislature is in session and capable of transacting business, I propose to sign and do hereby sign the following 4 legislative resolutions. Number 59, number 60, number 61, and number 62. Members, when we left the noon break, we were on LB 268. Senator Friesen had previously introduced the bill. Senator Hughes was first in the queue. Senator Hughes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I did use my personal priority on LB 268. It is extremely important that we get high-speed broadband built out as quickly as possible to rural parts of Nebraska to make sure that we have the same opportunities that are in the cities. I was fortunate. I had high-speed cable buried to my house this summer, but I am on the end of the line. From my place, they will build farther down the road. Fortunately for me, I have a very good company. Great Plains Communication is my exchange provider. But sitting on the Transportation Telecommunication Committee for the last 3 years now, it has become very clear that there are some bad actors in this arena. Some of the larger companies are, I won't say dragging their feet, but they're taking a long time, not only to build out high speed, but just to maintain the infrastructure that is currently in place. And the more pressure that we can apply to those companies to do their job and get high speed out to more rural areas, the better off it is, the better off we are, and the state as a whole will prosper. I do have probably the most telephone exchanges of anyone in my district. I have several independents. I have some of the statewide companies, and it's interesting how the small independents have taken on debt and built out. You know, that I was very frustrated because in areas more rural than where I live had access to high-speed internet because that local independent had made the commitment to their exchange. Now they have a much smaller area than some of the large companies that we all know their names. They have a lot bigger territory to build out, but they are choosing not to service all of their customers. They're picking and choosing the areas where they can make the most profit. And I equate this to pushing electricity into rural areas back in the 30s and 40s, of, you know, Senator Norris did for us in the TVA. That was an expense, but it certainly allowed the entire state to grow and prosper, and high-speed internet will do the same. This is a good bill. That's why I used my priority on it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senator McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I wonder if Senator Friesen would stand for a few questions.
Senator Friesen, yield, please.
Yes, I would.
Senator Friesen, in Nebraska, how is broadband coverage, penetration, speeds, how is that administered in this state?
Well, I guess each company decides how they want to build out. Right now, there's like the company that serves me, they've decided to build out, and they built out 5-6 years ago, so we have fiber to the home. Others are more reluctant to spend capital in the rural areas. They've upgraded their systems in the urban areas, but so it's basically, it depends on the company that's serving you whether or not you're going to get high-speed broadband.
Thank you. In Nebraska, is there a governmental body that governs what these cell phone companies do?
Not cell phones. Landlines are regulated by the Public Service Commission.
Now, is that an elected body?
The Public Service Commission, yes.
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 Yeah. How many states in the country have an elected Public Service Commission, if you know?
I wouldn't know how many have elected. They all have something like the Public Service Commission. Sometimes they're labeled something else, but I don't know how many are elected or not.
Now, we also have a universal service fund. Can you tell us about the purpose of that fund and how much money's in that fund?
Well, there's two different universal service funds. There's one on the federal level. Is that the one you're interested in, or?
Primarily the state of USF.
So there's a federal universal service fund, and then there's also a state. It's called the NUSF fund, Nebraska Universal Service Fund. A few years ago, I mean, I know back in the day when more landlines were out there, I think they generated probably around $60 to $70 million a year, and recently it's dropped off to probably under $30 million a year.
And the federal fund is how large?
I couldn't tell you how large the federal, how many dollars they put into it. I couldn't tell you that.
We recently looked at a USG publication, the MARC publication of around the region, and we looked at some of the statistics with regard to cell phone and connectivity. Did we see that in terms of national rank and conductivity in the Midwest, that Nebraska is ranked number 2, lowest, just behind Kansas in terms of national ranking in terms of connectivity?
I didn't read the article. You showed it to me. I didn't go dig it up, but a lot of times there's, I think that one you showed me was a 25.3 speeds.
Yes.
So in Nebraska, at least, in a lot of the, I guess under the federal the Universal Service Fund, there were a lot of build-outs that were only at 10.1. And
I
so
see.
that was the requirement back then. So that's probably why we're not as fast in the 25.3 or have as much connectivity, but we probably have been too focused on the 10.1 because that was the federal requirement.
Well, I looked at some of the statistics in terms of broadband coverage. Kansas is sitting at 81.9%, whereas Nebraska is 82.4%. All the other states in the Midwest, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Michigan, Minnesota, North Dakota, Ohio, South Dakota, and Wisconsin have higher rates of broadband penetration. Any reason why that should be the case in Nebraska?
Well, I wish it wasn't the case, but I think you have to look at the geography and how everything is laid out. In Nebraska, you have high population centers, but then you have a very large portion of the state that's very sparse. And so I think that sparsity, as far as a population that's hooked up, we have a high percentage hooked up, but they're in the cities. But our rural areas where it's so sparse and so far to travel, where you can't make a good business case for putting it there, that's where we're having a struggle.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senators McCollister and Friesen. Senator Coltman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to thank Senator Friesen as well as Senator Hughes for prioritizing this bill and bringing the bill. I'd like to ask Senator Friesen a couple of questions.
Senator Friesen, yield, please.
Yes, I would.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. I just want to make sure that I'm approaching this correctly, and you tell me if I'm wrong. So at the present time, I'm with a large company here in Nebraska with my landline, and I also use DSL, which brings me an internet connection which is very slow. And for 4 years now, they've been telling me that they're going to upgrade and they're going to bring us some higher speeds. I know for a fact in my district there's a company called Mainstay. That's, I believe, where you're connected at, and they did all of their countywide homes and took it upon themselves to expand that. Is that accurate?
That would be true.
Yeah, and they're a small company, but they borrowed the money to do it. And we got these national companies that are coming in here and they're putting all this line in. In fact, in my home, I'm 150 feet away from 3 fiber optic lines that go right through my ditch. And I live about 1.5 miles out of town. CenturyLink and Level 3 is one of them. They joined here recently. Windstream is another one, and then there's an independent. So if I understand this correctly, if I wanted to negotiate with one of them to bring fiber into my home, and I'm in a contract with Windstream, I could do that under this bill. Is that an accurate statement?
I'm not sure. If you would be on an exchange boundary, you can, but if those fiber lines just happen to be running by, I'm not so sure. So it depends on where your telephone exchanges, where those borders and boundaries are drawn. And if you are on a boundary, if across the road it's served by CenturyLink, then yes.
Or Hamilton or whoever?
Yes. If there's another company there and you're on that boundary exchange, then this would allow you to go to the Public Service Commission and request, if whoever the company was on the other side was willing to accept you, you could request to be transferred to that exchange.
So I would just tell you that my service is pathetic and I don't get any fast speeds on my internet. Why are all these small companies then investing in the communities? Are they able to go into a community and not worry about the people on the outskirts of the community?
Well, again, it varies a lot across the state depending on the companies. There's some really good companies out there that have built out and spent a lot of money. They've borrowed money, they've probably gotten some grants, but they have really approached this in a very aggressive manner because they saw how important it was for their area. But the large companies like the Windstreams, the CenturyLinks, they're having to invest in capital to upgrade facilities that are in their urban area because there's high competition there. So they're lacking the capital, they say, to build out into those urban areas because you can't make as good a business case. So our goal, I guess, is to find out how we can incentivize them or get them either through other processes, reverse auctions, numerous other methods, to where we're going to push them to now start to invest capital into those rural areas.
Well, I appreciate what you're doing. I'm going to support this bill, and I would hope that as we move forward, if we're going to continue to grow our state, whether it's through economic development, we're going to have good broadband throughout the whole state. And it's not just for the metropolitan areas or the communities. It's for our rural people as well. Thank you, Mr. President. So I think you're on the right track. Maybe this won't affect me yet, but hopefully we can get this done as soon as, so people will have good quality broadband. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators Colterman and Senator Friesen. Senator Merriman announces some guests today. We have with us 2 fourth graders from the Sutton Christian School in Sutton, Nebraska. Those students are with us in the north balcony. Students, please rise. I'd like to welcome you to the Nebraska Legislature. Senator Bosselman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I stand in strong support of LB 268. I would like to speak a little bit along the lines of what Senator Colterman just said. I live 32 miles from this building, and I have 0 internet connection as far as hardwire or otherwise. I have a landline to my house. We also have cell reception, poorly, but we have it. My landline people absolutely refuse to connect us in any other way than what we are right now. They refuse to do a fiber, they refuse to do wireless, they flat out refuse it. What this will allow is that if I'm on a border area and if there is a competing company across the line, that we can now potentially have access or bring that service into my home. So Senator Colterman was a mile and a half outside town. I'm 32 miles from Lincoln, and we don't have the opportunity to have broadband. One thing you have to understand too, when you look at national reportings, there's a Federal Form 477 that our telecoms, they report connectivity with. And when they do that, they do by census blocks. And when they report it, all they have to say, in order to be 100% coverage, which my area is 100% coverage with broadband, all they have to do is say that we can easily provide that service. That's all they have to say. And that's 100%. So sometimes when we look at our national reports, especially 477 from the feds, you got to take that with a large grain of salt, probably a block of salt, because what they report and what's actually is what we're finding is vastly different. In my case and Senator Coulterman's case, both are vastly different. So if we're going to encourage and be able to move broadband out throughout our state more, this is a very important bill, one aspect of many that we're going to have to take, I think, to encourage that type of opportunity, competition, if you will, in order for us to get broadband and wireless services out to parts of the state. And I know I have talked with, and you don't have to go rural, I've talked to people in Omaha that don't have it. Inside the city limits of Omaha that aren't connected. So who's servicing them, and would this benefit them as well? I think it would. So I would encourage your vote, green vote on LB 268, and I fully support it. And thank you for your listening. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Balsman. Is there any further discussion on LB 268? I see none. Senator Friesen, you recognize to close on the advance of the bill. You waive close and question for the body's advance of LB 268 to E&R initial. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted care to? Record, please.
37 ayes, no nays on the advancement of the bill.
LB 268 advances. Proceeding now to LB 352, Mr. Clerk.
Legislative Bill 352, introduced by Senator Moorfeld, is a bill for an act relating to criminal procedure, adopts requirements relating to testimony by jailhouse informants, states intent, defines terms, creates duties for prosecutors, and provides for court orders for failure to comply with such duties, provides for a hearing to determine reliability, provides for a jury instruction, changes provisions relating to requests for discovery by criminal defendants, harmonized provisions, and repeals the original section. The bill was read for the first time on January 16th of this year and referred to the Judiciary Committee. That committee placed the bill on general file with committee amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Moorfeld, you recognized to open LB 352.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the body, I am pleased today to introduce my priority bill, LB 352. LB 352 enhances transparency to protect against false jailhouse witness testimony, a leading contributor to wrongful convictions. A broad coalition testified in support of this bill, including victims advocates, law enforcement, and the Innocence Project, and is based on a model bill endorsed by the American Legislative Exchange Council, otherwise known as ALEC. And I want to thank Senators Williams, Senator Luann Linehan, and Senator McAllister, and a few others, I believe, for also co-sponsoring the bill. It's not often that you see this amount of different groups on the same side of the issue, but this legislation is an important measure that we can all agree that is needed to protect innocent crime victims, taxpayers, and the public safety. Jailhouse witnesses provide testimony about hearing another inmate confess and expect leniency or other benefits for their cooperation. As you can imagine, the expectation of a reduced sentence or other benefits creates a strong incentive to lie, which can cause a tragic ripple effect in the criminal justice system. Jailhouse witness testimony played a role in 159 wrongful convictions in the United States since 1989, harming innocent people and allowing actual perpetrators to escape justice. And those are just the ones that we know about. Taxpayers are then left to cover the economic costs of these injustices, as we've seen in Gage County. Also, victims of jailhouse witnesses' crimes are denied justice when their assailants get leniency to testify for the state. LB 352 provides transparency and protections by requiring the tracking and disclosure of jailhouse witness testimony. First, I want to clarify that we have a very narrow definition of the term jailhouse witness in this legislation. The bill only applies to incarcerated individuals who offer testimony about hearing an accused person confess to a crime while they were in jail or in prison together, and receives or reasonably expects to receive benefits for their cooperation. If the witness doesn't expect or receive a benefit, it doesn't apply. Also, if an inmate is going to testify about witnessing a crime in prison, this bill does not apply. I have an amendment to the committee amendment that reflects a compromise that I struck with the Attorney General's Office and County Attorneys Association in working with some of our colleagues, and that the Innocence Project also approved. I'll discuss that when I introduce the amendment to the committee amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Moorfeld. As clerk indicated, there are amendments from the Judiciary Committee. Senator Lathrop, You're recognized to open the committee amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. Good afternoon. The Judiciary Committee heard LB 352 on March 6th and advanced the bill to general files with a committee amendment. Both the motion to adopt the amendment and to advance the bill were approved with 6 ayes, 1 present not voting, and 1 member absent. The committee amendment, AM 761, makes 4 changes to the original bill. First, it strikes Section 8 of the green copy that provided jury instructions regarding jailhouse informant testimony. The amendment also adds a new section to provide that if the jailhouse informant is offered a plea bargain or a reduction in either the charges or the sentence, the prosecutor must notify any victim of the jailhouse informant's offenses. AM 761 strikes Section 6 of the original bill, which required the prosecution to show that the jailhouse informant's testimony is reliable, and replaces it with a hearing process on a motion to be made by the defendant to determine whether the jailhouse informant's testimony should be admitted. The prosecution has the burden of proof. If a court finds by a preponderance of the evidence that the informant's testimony is significantly lacking in reliability, the court shall not allow it to be presented. Factors the court may consider include the relationship between the informant and the defendant, the substance, time, place, and manner of the statements between the informant and the defendant, as well as between the informant and the defendant. Other corroborating evidence may also be considered. The last change made to AM 761 is to strike some legislative findings. Language, the jailhouse informant's testimony is generally unreliable. I would encourage your adoption of the committee amendments and encourage your support of LB 352. I will note, as Senator Moorfield did, that he has an amendment to the committee amendment that becomes a white copy amendment and basically takes the place of everything I just told you about. And with that, I would encourage your support of the committee amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Lathrop. Mr. Clark.
Mr. President, Senator Morfeld would move to amend the committee amendments with AM 955.
Senator Morfeld, you recognized to open on AM 955.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the body. Now, this amendment reflects the discussions that I've had with the interested parties in the bill, the compromise with the Attorney General's office, and the compromise with the county attorneys as well. As Senator Lathrop mentioned, this actually strikes everything and creates a white copy amendment. You can see it on your computer, but I'll give you a brief summary. This amendment, the amendment strikes 3 sections of the green copy bill. This is what it maintains. It maintains the notification of defense requirement, the victim notification requirement, and an amended tracking requirement. It eliminates the jury instruction, it eliminates the pretrial hearing component, and it clarifies the tracking requirement so it's easier for county attorneys' offices of different sizes to comply with it. What remains in the bill and what LB 352 accomplishes with this amendment is twofold. First, prosecutors will begin keeping searchable records of instances when jailhouse testimony was used at trial or otherwise used to obtain a criminal conviction. Secondly, the defense counsel will be made aware 30 days prior to the trial of important facts surrounding jailhouse informant, including whether or not they have ever done this before and what sort of benefit they are getting for their testimony. This amendment is a significant improvement to current evidence law in Nebraska while still allowing prosecutors the same tools to do their job. I do want to raise a final point for the legislative record. This amendment strikes a portion of the original bill that provides for a pretrial hearing regarding the admissibility of anticipated testimony of jailhouse informants. I want to make sure that the record is clear that this amendment is not intended to eliminate the possibility of a pretrial hearing regarding the admissibility of the propriety of the jailhouse informant testimony. Rather, it is being deleted because there's already a current procedure by which a defendant can raise challenges to the admission of certain evidence. In addition, the tracking required under LB 352 Section 41D only requires the prosecutor to disclose those cases where the jailhouse informant testified as a jailhouse informant as it is defined in the bill, and such testimony is actually used in a criminal case or to obtain a criminal conviction. This tracking requirement is not intended to require disclosure about any other cases where testimony was offered when that testimony was not given by a jailhouse informant. I urge your adoption of AM 955 to AM 761 and your support of LB 352, and I appreciate the Attorney General's office, the county attorneys, and all the other interested parties, including the Innocence Project, for working with me on this bill.
Thanks, Senator Morfeld. Debate is now open on LB 352 and the pending amendment. Senator Hilgers.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in support of AM 955 and as amended LB 352. I'd encourage your vote in favor of both the amendment and the underlying bill when it is amended, as I hope it will be. And I want to thank Senator Morfeld and his leadership on this particular issue, not just bringing it to our attention and leading on it, but also his willingness to sit down and collaborate with the various stakeholders. We had a number of conversations with the Attorney General, County Attorney's Office, and the Innocence Project. And ultimately, I think what it will be in the bill, if it's amended with AM 95, is what really is the most important aspect of this, which is ensuring that in this process there is due process. In other words, that a defendant has the opportunity to act on that testimony and to explore through discovery or other means, or, as Senator Morfeld mentioned, potentially a motion to strike or a motion to eliminate to exclude that evidence at trial. And so the most important aspect, in my view, and as I think these discussions kind of came to light, what we're trying to give is ensure that the defendant has that due process. And in order to have that due process, what's important is that they have notice. In many cases, they do have notice now, but this statute or this bill, if passed, will help solidify that and ensure that they do have notice. If they have notice, then they have the opportunity to do some other things, including they could, as I mentioned, get discovery, or they could move to strike the testimony in front of the judge. And so what this does, I think, is help strengthen some protections, but it does it within the context of our current system. And so I appreciate Senator Morfeld's willingness to work through these issues. I think, as amended, this will get the job that I think Senator Morfeld wants to get done. It will get it done. And I encourage you to vote for the amendment and the underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hilgers. Is there any further discussion on the bill or the amendments? I see none. Senator Morfeld, you recognize the close on AM 955.
I just want to thank all the interested parties and also thank Senator Hilgers for his support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Morfeld. Members, you heard the debate on AM 955. The question for the body is the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted care to? Record, please.
43 ayes, no nays on the adoption of the amendment.
AM 955 is adopted. Further discussion on LB 352 and the pending Judiciary Committee amendment. I see none. Senator Lathrop, you recognize to close. The waives closed. The question for the body is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee amendment, AM 761. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted care to? Record, please.
41 ayes, no nays on the adoption of the committee amendments.
Committee amendments are adopted. Any further discussion on the bill as amended? I see none. Senator Morfeld, you recognize close on the advance of the bill. He waives close, and the question for the body's advance of LB 352 to ENR initial. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted care to? Record, please.
42 ayes, no nays on the advancement of the bill.
Legislative Bill 352 advances. Proceeding to LB 483, Mr. Clerk.
LB 483, introduced by Senator Erdman, is a bill for an act relating to revenue and taxation, changes the valuation of agricultural land and horticultural land as prescribed, creates the Agricultural Land Valuation Board, eliminates provisions relating to the land classifications, harmonized provisions, provides operative dates, repeals the original section, outright repeals section 7713-63, and declares an emergency. Bill is read for the first time on January 22nd of this year and referred to the Revenue Committee. That committee placed the bill on general file with no committee amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Urban, you're recognized to open on Legislative Bill 483.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Foley. Good afternoon. I want to start out by thanking the Revenue Committee for bringing this bill out. This is a bill that I've been working on for 3 years. I want to also thank the Governor's Office and Lauren Kittner. She helped immensely working this bill in a way that it would make sense. The Property Assessment Division and Ruth Sorensen have been very helpful as well. So I appreciate their assistance in bringing forward a bill that will change the way we value ag land for taxation purposes. I became aware of the current system in '05 when I became a county commissioner, and I became immersed in it in '09 when I discovered that our current assessor at that time was doing things that were not appropriate according to the statutes, and we had to do a whole county reevaluation. So I think my goal today is threefold. First, I need to describe in a way, if I can, that you can understand the current system that we're functioning under. And the second approach, or the thing I need to do, is explain to you what this will do when we change the value. And then third is the method that we use to do that. So let me begin by trying to describe what it is we currently do. And I will start with a document that was handed to me early on in my understanding of the valuation process. And in 2011, the TERC Board, Tax Equalization Review Committee, as well as the Property Assessment Division, paid for a review from an organization in Arizona about how we value ag land. And so what we currently do, and many of you will understand or think that we do a 3-year average in ag land valuations. We do not. We do a 3-year average on houses and those kind of property, or 2-year average on houses and other properties. But in ag land, we accumulate a sales history of 3 years, and then we figure out what the percentage of assessed value is compared to what it's sold for, and then we choose the median sale. So 3-year average is never included in the way we value ag land. And so in the document that was put forth by the Arizona group, they analyzed our system compared to the mass appraisal approach. And what they discovered, or what they said about our mass appraisal approach, is that if you have a sample of 5 sales, it is absolutely unreliable. And if you were to increase that sample to 20, it only is twice as good. And so in most counties, the ones that I have looked at, less than 1% of the ag land sells on an annual basis. So Senator Crawford, here's the situation. So in my county, we sell less than 1% of 7,000 parcels on an annual basis. And then we value the other 99% that did not sell based on less than 1% that did sell. I'll give you another example. A few years back, in the northern tier of my county, our county's broke into 3 market areas. We had 2 land sales in 3 years. And we borrowed sales from the other counties surrounding us, and we got up to 10 sales, and we drove the price up 10%. When in fact the 2 sales in our county weren't statistically provable, enough proof to change anything. So if I were to say we have a handful of M&Ms and I need to get 20% yellow ones, I only need to get 1 yellow one to have 20% out of 5. But if I had 80 M&Ms and I wanted to get 20% yellow ones, I'd need to get 16. So the point I'm trying to make is the current system we now use to value ag land makes absolutely no sense in the mass appraisal approach. The other issue we have is several people buy land for other reasons besides agricultural use. And so if that land is purchased with a 1031 exchange, or that land is purchased for other things besides agricultural use, such as hunting or recreation, that drives up the value of those people who have bought the land to farm or to produce crops on. And so consequently, we have found over the last 12 to 14 years Ag values have increased in some counties as much as 300%. Had my valuation system been in place, those ag land values would have most importantly increased about the same as commercial and residential in that 40-50% range. LB 483 is not, I repeat, LB 483 is not property tax relief. It is a fair way to value ag land so that we base it on the income production capability of the soil. I have handed you a document, and the document is the productivity valuation from the state of South Dakota. So 3 years ago, when we began to look at changing the way we value ag land, the governor and I both had bills that were similar, and we brought those out in a bill from the Revenue Committee in the property tax relief, income tax relief, valuation change bill, which was a very difficult bill to understand. Last year, I presented the bill again to change the value of ag land. It did not get out, but this year it has. And so let me draw your attention to this document that I have gotten from South Dakota. Let me start by saying this. What this bill will do, when this bill is implemented, and I had the Revenue Department run the numbers for me, my intention for this bill is when the valuation is put in place after my bill passes, if it does, will be exactly the same valuation in agricultural land as we have now. There is going to be no reduction in value of ag land. It's going to be the same value. What South Dakota did is they calculated how much ag land they had, and the number was $18.9 billion in ag value in South Dakota. So they backed in to their capitalization rate, and they locked it in at 6.6%. I have a friend that served in the House of Representatives in South Dakota, then became a state senator. I've had conversations with Barry about what happened and how did you do that. When they implemented it in 2010, they took an average of 6.6 capitalization rate and made that the capitalization rate statewide. What they discovered, as I have discovered, Jerry Green is a gentleman who's been helping put these numbers together. Jerry Green has analyzed properties in the eastern counties, central counties, and western Nebraska counties, and he has discovered that to keep the value the same, the capitalization rate in eastern Nebraska needs to be in that 6% range. The capitalization rate in central Nebraska is probably in the 8 range, and in western Nebraska it's 10. Now remember, the lower the capitalization rate, the higher the value. And so if we chose a median capitalization rate of 8%, say that's the average, we would decrease the value in eastern Nebraska and we would increase the value in western Nebraska. And so South Dakota for 8 years have been making adjustments to their plan. And they've had to make those adjustments when their legislature meets because they didn't have a provision set up to make adjustments going forward to figure out how to fix their capitalization rate because their capitalization rate is static. It's been fixed in statute. And so if you'll turn to the page, it would be page 2. If I could draw your attention to page 2. Now, I'm doing this for example only. I'm not saying this is exactly how we will do it, but this is an example how it can be done. If you look on the middle of page 2, they have listed all the crops that were growing. Thank you, sir. All the crops that were grown in that county, the acres produced, the bushels produced, and all that information is available, and then the price, and they got the total revenue, and then they figured out what the total production was for that county. And that's how they backed into their capitalization rate. And then they went through their scenario of a 35% landlord share and all of those things. But I brought that to your attention to show you that we can figure out how much production there is on each soil classification according to the NRCS and some of the other available information that's with the USDA. How much time do I have left, sir?
18 seconds.
Okay. I will continue this my next time. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Urban. Mr. Clark.
Mr. President, Senator Erdman would move to amend with AM 973.
Senator Erdman, you recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Let me go to the amendment first, and if you would, and you have your copy there, I'll go through what the amendment does. As I was working through this with the governor's office and trying to figure out how to make this as easily understood as possible, I discovered some things that needed to be changed. And let me draw your attention to page 7, line 27. And on page 7, line 27, all I have done there is I have taken out the 2 words "in bushels." And the reason I took that out is because some crops, Senator Lathrop, are measured in tons. And so I just put production. And so that was the change on page 7. And then if you turn to page 10, line 19, and on page 10, line 19, we struck and inserted underscored comma, and then after members we inserted shall serve as the board's chairman. I had in there that the Ag Secretary of Ag would be the chairman. We're changing that to be the chairman, the tax commissioner. And line 22, that's what it does in line 22. And then I have stricken, line 26, I have stricken the appointed board shall be compensated $500 a day, and we're going to give those people usual and necessary expenses like lodging and food and mileage. That's what that does. And then it's page 11, and on line 6, strike through the remaining members and those specified in subdivisions 1, D, E, and F in this section. And then on page 12, it again inserts the name tax commissioner instead of the Ag Secretary of Ag. So that's what that does. That's the amendment. It made some sense. One of the things that you have seen, and if you looked at the fiscal note, it's a pretty significant fiscal note. I have visited with some people who have worked in the Property Assessment Division, some people who are familiar with how that functions. And after we get this set up, I don't believe there'll be a need for additional employees. I think the full-time employees they have will be able to administer what we're trying to do, because those employees now are keeping track of all the sales that are recorded in the counties, and that will no longer be a service that they will have to provide. So I think they will be available to do those things that are needed. So I have some other documents that I'd like to pass out. We'll pass these out, but let me call your attention to the bottom of the back page number 4 on the South Dakota model that I gave you. So what South Dakota has done, and you will see what they've done there, they have taken their top-rated soil and meant that was the best soil, and so that was a 1.0 in their production scale, and then their soil classifications were based off of that. So if their soil was 80% as much production as there was in the Class 1 soil, it would be 80%. And so in the middle of that page, they had crops that were produced on that, and in this example, they also had grassland in that same example. And so that's how they arrived at the value. Their top soil, the soil in that parcel was 4 different types of soil. In South Dakota, their soils have initials. In Nebraska, our soils have numbers. And I will give you a document to show what those are. And so consequently, so in that top number, they took 72% of the 42 acres at $90 an acre, and they got the numbers there, and it's just a mathematical equation how to get the value. So that was the South Dakota example. We have looked at South Dakota, Kansas, and Iowa. I like the Iowa model with a corn suitability rating. I like that model a lot. The only problem with using a corn suitability rating in Nebraska is we do not grow corn in every county in Nebraska. There are several counties that have no corn production at all, and so consequently, using a corn suitability rating like they do in Iowa will not work in Nebraska. And so I said that, I shared this information with you on the South Dakota example for an example of how we may do it. In the bill, we talk about a land valuation board, And the purpose of the Land Valuation Board is twofold. One, to be able to present to the county assessors the information they need to make the decisions on the value of production that the soil produces. The second reason, and I alluded to that earlier in my comments, in South Dakota, they had to wait until they had a meeting of their legislature to make adjustments. I do not want to start where South Dakota started. I want to start where South Dakota arrived at, and that's making adjustments to make it work. And so the Land Valuation Board will have the authority to make the necessary adjustments so that they can make this work going in, that we don't have an 8-year adjustment period to make it work right. That Land Valuation Board will have to write a report and be responsible to the Revenue Committee. They'll have to also write a report and be responsible to the governor. And so there'll be some oversight in that regard. And so as we move through the valuation change, it'll be an opportunity for the Land Value Board to make those decisions based on the information that they've gathered, what the USDA has put together, as well as the NRCS, and that information is readily available. The statistics are there as the commodity prices and those kind of things. And when we get to grassland, I will explain that on my next opportunity, how we're going to value that. If you have questions, I will try to answer those. I know there has been some comments and questions that have been brought up by NACO and some other people, and I have looked at those documents, and I have answers to most of those questions, I believe, and I will try to answer your questions as best as I can. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Urban. Debate is now open on LB 483 and the pending amendment. Senator McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon again, colleagues. I salute Senator Ergman's effort to go through this process. Lord knows, with the increase in land values throughout Nebraska, we need to change our system. So this is a good first effort. I wonder if Senator Ergman would answer a few questions.
Senator Urban, yield, please.
I'll do my best.
Senator Ergman, I gave you some documents last week that reflected on this bill. I gave you a document from Larry Dix from NACO, Thomas Polachek from Platte County, and finally a document from Robert Wickersham that had some concerns about this bill. Is that correct?
You did, sir, and I appreciate it.
That's good. Let's go through some of the issues that particularly that NACO had with this bill.
Okay.
The first one had to do with the lack of modeling before the Revenue Committee when you presented the bill. Is there anything that we could do that would better prepare this bill for prime time with some modeling?
Can you define what you mean by modeling?
Well, take these values that you have presented the Revenue Committee and actually do some modeling throughout the state that would indicate that, in fact, that there's no big net increase in property tax or a big net decrease in property taxes for rural areas.
Sir, the Revenue Department has done that. I have a document that I can present to show you. They did all 93 counties based on the valuation we currently have, and then they ran that same scenario based on the new valuation, and the changes, if there was any, was due to rounding. It was that close. So the value will be the same going in, coming out as it went when we went in. So their valuation is going to be the same. I have a document that I presented to you that may answer some of those questions about modeling, and I handed that document out, and that may be of value if
Thank you.
If you
thank you. I haven't had an opportunity to review the document, but thank you for that. Secondly, the composition of the Agricultural Land Valuation Board. There's no demand to have someone with an appraisal certificate. Is that something that might improve the quality of the bill?
So if I understand your question, you're asking, should there be an appraiser on the Land Valuation Board? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Okay.
I understand your question, and we have a provision in the bill for a certified appraiser. I mean, an assessor. An assessor's a license holder. An appraiser is a person who develops the value of a certain property on a certain day. I don't know how much training assessors have on mass appraisal and arriving at a value for a countywide appraisal such as an assessor does. We have an assessor on that board.
Thank you,
That would be an opportunity for that person as an assessor and having that information to make that application so that it makes sense.
Thank
But
you
I don't
all.
know that an appraiser would help them any.
Well, there are also some constitutional issues that these three documents presented, one of which was the uniform and proportionate issue. Secondly, has to do with the special valuation. And lastly, there have apparently been some court cases that would indicate that unequivocal statutory language might be an issue in the bill. Can you deal with those issues?
What I can add, how I can answer that one is the current system we have now, because of the fallacies with the mass appraisal approach, someone should have sued the state a long time ago over those provisions. And what generally happens, and it happens a lot, is when someone like NACO doesn't like a bill or anyone else, they will say it's probably unconstitutional. That's the main thing that they throw in your face. Let me talk about NACO just for a second. Senator McAllister, I gave NACO an opportunity, and the assessor who's complaining about this, an opportunity to help me with this bill so that it would be in a manner that they would like it to be. I offered that opportunity to them several times, and they chose not to. I don't
That's time,
understand
Senators.
after the fact.
That's time, Senators.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McAllister and Senator Erdman. Senator Lathrop.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, good afternoon once again. Would Senator Erdman yield to some questions?
Senator Erdman, yield, please.
Yes, sir.
I want to start out by telling you, mostly what I got is a bunch of questions, because I have a legal background and plenty of years reading statutes, and I'm reading this bill, and for the life of me, I'm not sure I understand it. So
Okay.
part of what I'm going to do today, if I might, is, and hopefully other members of the body will benefit from you and I having breaking it down to the simplest aspects of this. But this starts out with a bill that we heard a couple weeks ago, doesn't it? That you introduced dealing with valuing property according to the soil types.
That bill would value land based on the production capability of the soil, yes.
Okay, and this is sort of built on top of that bill, am I right?
This uses the same principles.
Okay. What are those soil types, if you can remind us?
What are they?
Yes, sir.
They're numerous.
Were there 5 or were there?
There's hundreds.
Okay. I'm going to start with this principle. Right now, we use comparables. So we're valuing ag land the same way somebody's going to value my house. Mm-hmm. Neighbor's house sells, couple neighbors' house sells. They figure out what square feet in my neighborhood go for. They multiply my house times the square feet, and they say, you know what, Lathrop, that's probably what your house is worth. Right. It's close enough, right? That's currently what we do with ag land, except that once we get through that process, we knock it down to 75%. Would that be fair? I know you may have some problem with where we get our comparables or whether there's enough comparables out in your part of the state, but that's generally what we do. Would that be true?
Basically, Senator, an ag land valuation, we sometimes compare apples to oranges when it comes to ag valuations because of the soil quality. And we have different land class groupings in different areas in the county, and we are not comparing apples to apples the way we value ag land now.
What you're describing is your complaint with the current system, and my question was, isn't that the current system?
It is the current system.
Okay. And it has this virtue, if you will, and we can talk about your criticisms, but it has this virtue. People understand it, right? It's comparable sales times what your acres are, whatever it is, and then we get to an assessed value, and then we multiply that times 0.75, and for ag land, that's what we base your property taxes off of.
I can agree that they take the sales price, multiply 75%, that's the value, but it's not comparable sales, that's the problem.
I understand, and that's what you're trying to do here.
That's
So
correct.
there may be somebody in your county who's sitting on a pile of rocks and somebody on the other side of the county that's got irrigated dirt that you can tell them from the city, right?
Right,
But that's your point.
correct.
And what you want to do now is base it upon the type of soil.
Correct.
And the premise there is that soil types will have a particular production capability. And with a particular production capability, they'll have a particular earnings ability.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I know there's hundreds of soil types. You've just told me that.
Right.
I thought your list in the last bill had it like down to 5 or 6 or...
That was one parcel. That's the number of soils on a specific parcel of ground.
1 minute.
Okay. So do we have a category that's generally ground that we could grow corn on?
There are numerous soils that'll grow corn, and the production capability of that soil is listed in the NRCS information.
Okay. Can you give me one of those?
Yeah, 1705, soil 1705. In Nebraska, we have, our soils are listed by number instead of alphabetical like in some other states.
Sure. Okay. So let's use 1705. That's something somebody could grow corn on without irrigation or with irrigation. Because that changes it too, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does change it, yes. Yeah, I have an irrigated example as well.
That's okay. Because the next thing I want to do is compare it to wasteland.
Okay.
All right. So our 1705 soil type, walk us through the process of evaluating how we're going to assess that
That's
going
time,
forward.
Senators. Thank you, Senator Lathrop. Senator Erdman. Senator Arch.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions for Senator Erdman, if you'd be
Senator
willing.
Erdman, yield, please.
Yes, sir.
As it relates to agriculture land, Sarpy County I'm thinking of here, as it relates to ag land within that's in close proximity to a metropolitan area, how would this vary? Would there be unique differences as to the valuation of ag land that is in close proximity to housing developments, that type of thing?
No, sir, it would not. The soil will be valued at the capability of its production. And so whether it's near city or it's 50 miles out in the country, the value is going to be the same because it's the same soil type.
Okay, so no variance for that. Okay. Last question I had was you said that the goal here is revenue neutral, so valuation and property taxation would then net out. How do you see impact of this rolling out in the future? Do you see this remaining at that level? I guess I'm unclear with the formula as to how that could be impacted.
The goal of doing the change in valuation would be over a period of time, and the bill would use a 6-year average. It used an 8-year Olympic average, Senator Arch, and what that means is they throw out the high and low. And so we would determine the value of production based on the price of that commodity that was used in that county for that year. And then it would be an 8-year Olympic average, throw out the high and low, and then you average the value, you average the commodity prices. And so when the corn was $7, your value would be a little more. And when your corn's $3, it would be a little less. But what we're going to try to do is we're trying to prevent that run-up in ag value, because ag land valuations have slipped some over the last 3 or 4 years. But I have a chart in my office back home that shows over a 50-year period, ag land goes up, and then it comes back slightly, and then it goes up higher than it was before. And so ag land values may be turning down now, but in the near future, they will again rise. And when they do that, ag land values are going to go up, which means the valuation is going to change for everybody, and ag land value taxation is going to go up again. So this is an opportunity for us to connect the taxes paid with the production capability of the soil.
So I'm not familiar with the term Olympic average, but it sounds like it's a rolling average, so that the predictability of revenue for the counties could remain fairly predictable, not depending upon commodity prices from year to year?
They would be very, very predictable. Yeah, very consistent.
Thank you. I yield the balance of my time to Senator Erdman if you'd like to use it.
Thanks, Senator Arch. Senator Urban, 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Arch. On one of the documents, Senator Lathrop, that I have at the top, it says 142251 is the legal description. There's about 12 soils there. Let's follow across, if you would. 1705 is the soil right at the top. And then the left-hand column, 4 numbers are from the county. Those are actual values in the county. And then the right-hand numbers are the values that would be put in place after my bill is implemented. So let me bring your attention to 1705. 1705 value at the county is $375 an acre. If you go all the way across to the second column from the right, under my scenario, it's $345. That's because that soil number, 1705, will produce 1,500 pounds, or 1,240 pounds of grass, 12,400 pounds of grass annually, and that's worth $3.45 based on the production. As you move down that fourth column, you will see the county has the value at 375.
1 minute.
Thank you. 375, and then there's a 410, and then there's a bunch of 375s. In my county, they could just make grass 410 or 375, 2 classes. When you go clear to the right, those numbers vary based on the productivity of the soil. And you'll notice those numbers change: 345, 345, 354, 357, 348. And then you get down to 1895. That's a better soil, and that soil will produce more grass. And so the value of that acre of soil is $417. So you see what they're doing now, they're basing the soil based on what they think the value is, and what I'm trying to do is base the soil on what it's capable of producing. That's the difference between what they're doing now and what I'm trying to do. So if 1705 is in the south part of the county, or 1705 is in the north part of the county, it's going to be $14, $17 an acre. Currently, they don't do that. It's whatever that parcel brought over there.
That's time, Senator. Thank you. Senator Urban. Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have questions for Senator Erdman, but I'm actually going to take this time for a different issue. I didn't want to add a motion or a floor amendment to take this time, so I'm just going to take the moments that I have right now, and I'll hit my button again to follow up with Senator Erdman. As I've mentioned this week, April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Over the past several years, many Americans have woken up to how pervasive sexual assault is in the nation. I have woken up. From the time I was a teenager, I've been touched by men in an inappropriate way. I've never talked about this. I never even acknowledged the inappropriateness of these actions to myself. I was more concerned about making my perpetrators uncomfortable or embarrassed than I was for my own safety and well-being. With numerous high-profile stories of sexual assault and misconduct, myself and other survivors across the country have realized that we aren't alone and don't have to be silent about our assault any longer. Today, I would like to discuss more than just sexual assault. I would like to talk about the broader problem, systemic sexism. We as a culture have been socialized to accept sexist acts that we allow them to go unchecked. Earlier this week, this body was complicit in perpetrating systemic sexism. I was complicit. I didn't want to be, but I found that though I like to think I'm strong and outspoken, I'm still scared. I'm scared of being categorized as a hysterical woman. I'm scared of being viewed as sensitive or emotional. I'm scared of being pigeonholed as just a fighter for every social cause. I'm scared of people thinking that I'm just speaking to my own issues. So after some sleepless nights, for once not related to taking care of small children, I rise today to acknowledge my mistake. I was sent here to be a voice for the people of my district and the people of Nebraska. I will continue to work to not allow my own insecurity to stop me raising my voice against discrimination, whether it be in a bill or in the actions of a colleague. I do not want to derail any senator's legislation or prevent it from having a full and fair debate. That is not my purpose in rising up at this moment to speak. But I do hope that the body will stand with me in actively opposing discrimination and aggression towards anyone inside or outside this chamber. Colleagues, I'm asking all of you to join me, all of you, to join me in being advocates for the marginalized and watchdogs against hate and discrimination. When this body debated the need to expand workplace protections to sexual orientation and gender identity, arguments made by this body in opposition to that bill were saying that it was unnecessary, that members of the LGBT community don't face unfair prejudice or discrimination in Nebraska. I would argue that some of the behavior we've witnessed recently on the floor pokes holes in that argument. I ask that the body live up to what its members have said on the floor. If this type of workplace protection is unnecessary, then we should reflect that assertion in our own actions. Because we as a body represent all corners of this state, and we should not tolerate hate, sexism, or discrimination. Additionally, there is a clear and pervasive prejudice against working mothers. There are those who would criticize working mothers for doing what needs to be done to juggle the needs of their children and the responsibilities of work. If you have a job that you need to show up for every day and you have a child who needs your care, you have to make compromises. The voters of Omaha felt confident that two such mothers were not only qualified to serve their districts, but also capable of managing that balance. It is disappointing that members of this body do not feel similarly. But it is not just the body that is unsupportive of working mothers, it is this building. It is the building itself. When I arrived here for the first day of orientation back in November with my then 4-month-old son, it was immediately apparent that there is no space for nursing mothers who work in the building to express milk or nurse other than a stall in the public restroom. I have tried to work with the legislature and the Capitol Commission to address this issue. The Capitol Commission acted in poor faith with me and my bill, LB 709, and purchased what is called a nursing pod. They spent approximately $20,000 on this pod, though we are in a financial crisis, and placed it in a public copy room. My bill requires that there be running water available in the mother's room so that women may clean pieces of their pumping equipment. With the current nursing pod, women still have to rely on facilities in the public restroom. I rely on a public restroom. It is my hope that the government committee will exec on this bill this session and move it to the floor. Every single one of my female colleagues co-sponsored this bill, and it is my hope that the gentlemen in this body will join us in making this building more adequate for working mothers within our walls. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Blood.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand not necessarily in favor or against the amendment or the bill, but I will have a few questions. But first, I would like to say how thankful I am to have such strong women in the legislature this year. With that, I would ask that Senator Erdman yield to a question or two.
Senator Erdman, yield, please.
Yes, I would.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. How are you today?
Good.
So I want to say that I appreciate the fact that you brought this bill forward. I have a lot of questions. Part of it is because we have construction noise in the background, and you may have already answered this question, so I apologize if I've asked it again. So while you were speaking, I had a lot of questions, and I texted one of my friends in South Dakota that is serving right now. And if I heard you correctly, did you model this after what South Dakota was doing?
No, we did not. We looked at their example to draw from that information to see how we might implement our program. And my goal for doing that was try to see what they did. We looked at Kansas and we looked at Iowa as well. And the South Dakota model kind of fit what we wanted to do, but our method is somewhat different, but yet similar.
Are you concerned that they put together a new committee last year because they had felt that the system they'd had in place was not working?
They've had some issues, and what my friend told me was they believe they have those issues solved now, and they were dealing with those things on an annual basis, and that was one of the reasons why we put in the Land Valuation Board so that decisions could be made in the interim to try to address some of those issues so they wouldn't have to wait a whole year to make that correction.
She had specifically said the issues were that their current law didn't address 3 specific classes of property, so agricultural, residential, and commercial. Does that sound right?
This
and yours
bill,
just talking about agricultural land,
this
correct?
bill deals only with agricultural land.
And so with that said, do you know how we frequently have bills where we'll ask that Class 1 cities be exempted?
Can you say that again?
You know how we frequently bring bills forward and we may come in and amend it to say that Class 1 cities are exempted from a bill?
Yes.
Would you say that this bill would be more, and I'm not trying to create a divider of any type. I'm really
Right.
trying to clarify.
I understand.
Would you say that this bill pertains more to ag land in western Nebraska than it really does in eastern Nebraska?
No, ma'am, I would not.
Explain why.
Because the valuation problem has no boundaries. It is just as bad in eastern Nebraska as it is in western Nebraska. And unless we get back to the production capability of the soil, we haven't fixed the problem for anybody, whether you live in western Nebraska or eastern Nebraska. And the problem is, ag land is purchased for many reasons.
Right.
And some of those are not for agricultural production. And when that happens, and don't take this wrong, but when a group of lawyers get together and buy some land for hunting, and they're willing to pay more than the going price, then that value drives up the value for the farmers who are trying to farm. This
Well,
eliminates
I'm not a lawyer,
that.
so I don't take
I
offense to
understand
that. Yeah.
But this eliminates those situations.
So if I read the bill correctly, and I'm hearing you correctly, and I'm sorry I interrupted, but I only have a small window of time to ask these questions. So it's not going to affect the taxable values for like owner-occupied homes or business properties then
No,
in
ma'am.
any way?
No,
You're
ma'am.
only talking about ag land.
Ag
And if
land
there's a
only.
building on it, it's not ag land?
Sit-
If there's a building on it, it's not ag land?
This will not affect buildings on ag land. They're still valued the same as your house is. This has no effect on ag buildings.
All right, so the concern I'm having, I'm going to keep listening, is because I'm looking at your bill, I'm looking at the concerns that I saw with the South Dakota bill, and I definitely see where you're coming, and I respect where you're coming from. But I still have some concerns that I'm not hearing the answers on, so I'll keep listening. I may push my
Okay.
button again.
I appreciate it.
And I appreciate your time. Thank you, Senator
Thank you so
Erdman.
much. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blood, Senator Urban. Senator Howard.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Senator Erdman, I'm not going to ask you any questions about your bill, so you're free. I wanted to take a minute and talk a little bit about, and unfortunately, Senator Erdman, yours is one of the first sort of tax bills, valuation bills, revenue bills that I've seen where I felt like it was important that we talk about what we need revenue for on the Health and Human Services side. I want the body to be on the same page about the fact that we have a critically underfunded system in our Health and Human Services agency, and so as we consider modifications to revenue, as we consider tax policy, I want us to actually know what's going on, what we're spending our money on, and what we don't have enough money for. So I just wanted to highlight a few, we'll sort of take a walk down memory lane in terms of child welfare for a few minutes. So in 2011, before any of us got here, I think Senator Lathrop was here, the Health and Human Services Committee had to conduct a 9-month investigation after the collapse of an attempted privatization of our child welfare system. It was critically underfunded. We attempted privatization through the executive branch. There were 6 anticipated contractors. All but one of them failed. All but one of them failed because we didn't have enough money for them to do the work effectively. Shortly into privatization, another major provider of child welfare services ended the contract because it was financially untenable. In Lancaster County specifically, they ended it in a day. In a day. There were families who were working with a contractor. The contractor said, we're not getting enough money for this contract. We're not going to provide this service anymore, and they left in a day. The very next day, all of those cases had to be transferred back to the Department of Health and Human Services, back to our general fund without a contractor involved. A few months after that, the third contractor in the Western service area terminated their contract a year into privatization. And then ultimately the department had to take on all of those case management responsibilities and, bonus, had to provide an additional $19 million to our 2 additional remaining contractors. We were in complete crisis and chaos. And while all this was happening, all of our smaller behavioral health providers who had contracted with those privatized entities for case management and child welfare had to close their doors. So we lost a lot of access. Which brings us to today, so that we're all on the same page about what kids in our child welfare system are needing. As of March 31st, there were 4,240 kids in out-of-home care in the state of Nebraska. 4,240 240 kids in out-of-home care in the state of Nebraska. It is wildly expensive for us to place a child in out-of-home placement, for us to manage that case. But when we step away from the cost, which this is a bill about evaluation, and it's a bill about revenue, and it's a bill about how we consider land, when we step away from the cost, we are putting kids through an incredible amount of trauma. And so as we consider revenue, as we consider taxes, as we consider tax policy, I would like us to also consider what we are paying for and what we would like our money to go to. I view our budget as a moral document. It is a moral document that tells the state what is important to this legislature and what is important to our constituents. And whether that's kids, whether that's Medicaid expansion, whether that's corrections, we are telling the state what is important. And when we underfund these systems, when we make sure that we don't get enough revenue in and underfund these systems, we have greater challenges in the future. So I appreciate the body's courtesy by letting me go off on a little bit of a tangent. Thank you, Senator Erdman, for letting me speak on your bill, not necessarily on the subject matter. And with that, thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Howard. Senator Erdman, you recognized. Senator Erdman? Senator Erdman, you recognized.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. And I appreciate the questions that people have, and I understand how difficult it is to comprehend what it is we're trying to do. And I also understand that for me trying to explain to Senator Walz or Senator DeBoer what it took me 10 years to learn, how do I do that in a 3-hour or an hour and a half period of time? I understand, okay? But let me talk about something that I think may be of value to everyone. Mr. Green, Jerry Green, has done a spreadsheet that puts a production capability of each one of these soils into an Excel spreadsheet. And how difficult would this be for the county to set this up? Dr. Green has a spreadsheet that when you enter the soil number, the production capability of that soil comes up. All you have to enter is how many acres you have and what the production price is, and it'll print out what the number should be. When we get this set up for every county, that spreadsheet will have every soil in that county in the spreadsheet. It will be a simple calculation by the Excel spreadsheet to give you the value. Currently, what they do is they get a piece of land that's sold, and they get a 521 form from the assessor's office that tells, from the treasurer's office, that tells what the land sold for, and they guess at the value of what each parcel is worth and what the soil on that parcel is worth. It's a guess. That's why when you see those numbers from the county, that's why the majority of them are exactly the same. There's no differentiation because they don't break it out. What we're trying to do is base it on each soil on that parcel and the capability of that soil to produce a given crop, whether it's corn or beans or grass or wheat or whatever it is. And so it's not as cumbersome as one would think. It's not as difficult as they try to make it sound, and it'll be a very easy process. It'll be very objective rather than subjective like it is now. So when I passed out that information on that sheet of paper that has those values on it, and I talked about the grass production, on the next 2 pages, one of them is dry land, and the dry land one is 192250 at the top left corner. That is a dry land parcel, and the same thing happens on that piece of land. If you look down the 4th column from the left, all of those numbers are exactly the same except for 2. If you look over to the 2nd column from the right, you see the numbers of the soil capability production from that soil based on what that soil is capable of producing. You see how much variation there is in that parcel of land? And did you notice at the bottom of column 5 from the left, 66,634 is the value. That's the current value at the courthouse. And if you look at the right-hand column, it's $66,634. It's exactly the same. The difference is, Senator Lathrop, the difference is all of those numbers that are the same in the left, 4 columns from the left, are different in the second column from the right.
1 minute.
Because it's based on the productivity of that soil. That's the difference. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to base the value on what the soil is capable of producing, not what an assessor guesses the value is. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Erdman. Senator Bowles.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I think about this bill and listen to the debate on this bill, I understand the goal here to be better aligning property tax valuation with the ability to produce income. And the reason that you would do that is to have a fair tax payment. And that's the way I'm thinking about this bill. I think Senator Erdman has been clear that his goal is not to reduce taxation, but I think that the reason for changing evaluation would be so that there is a change in the way that we consider the taxation. So if we're trying to better align the valuation of land and the ability to produce income, what we're really trying to do is better assess what is a taxpayer's ability to pay versus their burden, versus what they are expected to pay. And I think that there are multiple ways that need to be considered by this body to do that, to achieve that kind of goal. And it gives me an opportunity to talk about a bill that I've worked on for several years, and I've brought again. It's LB 420, and it is the property tax circuit breaker. Many other states implement property tax circuit breakers, and they are a way to provide targeted tax reductions to people whose property taxes are high relative to their incomes. In other words, it's called a circuit breaker because the income tax credits are triggered once a property tax reaches a certain percentage of the person's income, similar to the way an electrical circuit breaks when electricity surges. So this bill would create a income tax credit that would help offset a disproportionate or an exceptionally burdensome property tax bill. And I want to talk about it because what we're talking about today is fundamental to what is fair and what is good and what is reasonable to expect from our taxpayers. This idea, I think, is important to talk about, the idea of a circuit breaker, because it does something that I rarely hear about when we're talking about tax relief, and that is targeting tax relief to those who need it the most. And I appreciate that what Senator Erdman is doing here is trying to talk about how we change valuations as it relates to the ability to produce income. But at the end of the day, what's important to me is that ability to produce income and the burden that we're asking people to bear in terms of that taxation are as fair as we can get them. And the other reason that I think a circuit breaker is worth talking about in the context of this bill is that LB 420 doesn't just establish a circuit breaker for homeowners, it establishes an agricultural land circuit breaker. It would be available to individuals who own agricultural land or horticultural land that is part of a farming operation that has a federal adjusted gross income of less than $350,000. The tax credit would be calculated based on the amount by which the agricultural property tax paid exceeds 7% of the farm income. And the reason that I think that is so worthwhile in terms of a discussion is that one of the things that I struggle with our current tax system is that the property tax credit program doesn't provide meaningful relief. We are spreading our resources too thin, and the relief that we're able to provide doesn't move the dial far enough for the people who are bearing the greatest burdens. And so I want to use this opportunity to talk about what a circuit breaker is and why it matters. I don't think that it is inappropriate to talk about different ideas and different options. Certainly changing the way that agricultural land is valued for property tax purposes is a reasonable conversation to have, and it sounds like Senator Erdman has certainly done his homework. But it is not the only way. It is not the only solution. It is not the only approach to making our property taxes more fair and more reasonable and more reflective of the burdens that people actually can pay. And so I'm using this opportunity to ask all of you to take a look at LB 420, to think about what LB 420 would mean for your district, your agricultural land owners, your property tax owners, and think about all the alternatives in this area, not just the bill in front of you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Bowles. Senator Lathrop.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Erdman, mind yielding to a few questions?
Senator Erdman, yield, please.
I would. I would yield.
Okay. So when we're talking about crop land,
yes,
I want to use that in a broad sense and not get into the weeds about which of 100 soil types it is. But when we talk about crop land, and you might grow wheat, corn, soybeans, any variety of crop on that, which one are we using when we determine what the productivity capability of that property is? Is it what I've been growing on it, or is it the higher valued crop?
It's not going to be based, Senator Lathrop, it's not going to be based on whether you raise corn or soybeans or alfalfa. It'll be based on the capability of the soil to produce a certain crop. And in South Dakota, they added up all the crops in that county and got an average production for that acre of soil, that parcel of land, based on whatever you produce. This is
countywide?
Countywide.
Well, don't we run into the problem with some people in my county now are trying to grow crops and rocks, and the number is going to be real low, and that's going to drag the average down?
Did you look at the handout I had with the maps on it? Did you see that one?
Honestly, I'm getting buried in the handouts over here.
I'm sorry.
I'm not sure. No, I'm not sure which one you're
Senator Williams has it.
Okay.
Okay. Senator Lathrop, if you look clear on the right-hand column, do you see at the top it says NCCPI?
Yes.
That's the National Commodity Corporation Production Index. So what that says on this parcel of land, if you raised soybeans, that is the index that soil will produce. That is the crop, that's the value, that's the yield. And that information is available for every soil type, whether it's irrigated or dry land, or whether it's grass production. If you look over under range production, it's about 6 columns in from the right side. It says range production pounds per acre per year.
Yeah.
That shows you how much grass that 1 acre of ground will produce on an annual basis.
So if I have soil type 5874, is the assessor going to look in these columns to see what I actually grew to determine it?
No, they won't.
Okay. What becomes the standard?
It's the capability of the soil to produce whatever you plant there. And this is
Wait,
just an example.
you just said whatever you plant, and that
whatever that soil is capable of producing. If you look at this scenario, it's 43 bushel for soybeans, the top number, the soil you chose, 1574 or 58.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. That would be the NCCPI number for soybeans. So what we would need to do, what the Land Valuation Board would need to do, and the county, they will have to determine the major crops produced. Hence, that was the information I gave you on South Dakota, how they developed the price or the value of production per county-wide. The one example, that's what it was. So they will add up the major crops, because you see in my county, sugar beets are going to be included. In your county, they are not. And so you'll add up the major crops that have a contribution to the overall value of that county, and they will determine the production per acre, and then it will be based on the capability of that soil to produce whatever crop they decide. Whatever you produce there is your deal. If you want to raise nothing.
Let me just stop you there to see if I can make an observation you can agree with.
Okay.
You want to get away from using
1 minute
comparables where one guy has one soil type and you have another. But when it comes to deciding what crop we're going to use to measure countywide, you want to pick the average crop, even though you might not be growing that.
That's right.
And you might not be able to grow it.
So, well, that's not
Or
the
grow
case.
it well in your soil type.
That's not the case. You will be able, whatever crop it is, your soil will be capable of producing that. If you choose to grow nothing, all right, Senator Lathrop, if you have 5874 on your farm and you say, this year I'm raising nothing, you're still going to pay the same value as anyone else because you chose not to raise. And if I choose to plant corn and you choose soybeans, we're still going to pay the same amount because my soil will produce this much.
Let me see if I can make it simple. You're going to determine which crop we use to determine productivity.
That's time, Senators. Thank you, Senator Lathrop. Senator Urban. Senator Brandt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's look at my notes here. This is really exciting stuff. Finally, we're getting into something we can all talk about. Taxes, land valuation, huh? All right. I'd like to thank Senator Erdman for bringing this bill. And I had a conversation with Senator Lathrop out in the hallway. And I think what people in town do not understand is, and maybe you do understand this, ag land buyers are not rational people. When you go to a land auction, and I'll use my small town of Plymouth, we have 100 people walk in there to buy a quarter section. One person comes out buying that quarter section of ground, and we all congratulate him, and he maybe paid $10,000 an acre for some irrigated ground. It's a sure bet next year the other 99 people that were in there will have their valuations raised because we sold one farm. We're not in a state where the guy that bought the farm pays the high taxes. No, we're in a state where we sold one farm in that county, and we are going to revalue everybody at it. And you may be a person that's had that farm in your family for 4 generations and it's never been sold. But it's worth $10,000 because 2 farmers or an investor or whoever were fighting over that. It's different than houses. I mean, we do a very poor job as farmers sometimes explaining how this works. And I can see by looking at the faces out here, the confusion from the urban senators, and all the farmers are here nodding their heads. So I want to start with that. Senator Erdman, would you yield to some questions?
Senator Urban, yield, please.
Yes, I would. Yes, I would.
All right. Using your system, your production numbers, are they coming from the FSA office?
They come from the NRCS and the USDA.
Okay. And for the urban senators, that's a national thing. That applies to every county in the United States, correct?
Correct.
Where does your pricing come from?
That information will be gathered from either the University of Nebraska or the USDA or whatever the land bank, the land valuation board deems necessary to get correct information.
But it would come from the same spot at the same point in time every year, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us what a cap rate is?
The cap rate is the value of what the land is capable of producing divided by the percentage of return. So in other words, if you had a piece of land and it was valued at $600 and you got a $60 return, that would be 6% capitalization rate.
And another way to look at cap rate, if I paid, okay, you just bought a farm for $10,000 an acre and you're an investor.
Right.
And a lot of investors want to have a 4% cap rate on 10,000 means they want to see $400 cash rent.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay, and I got a few heads to nod on that side of the room. So now my concern is if we go to this system, we finally are seeing ag land values drop.
Correct.
They've come down 2 or 3%, and my concern is if with your system, we'll stop the slide.
No, sir, it will not.
Why not?
Because
1 minute.
the valuation is going to be based on the production and the price of the production. And the price, as you know, has been going down. For example, corn went down like 20 cents last Friday. So as the value goes down on the commodity price, the land value will slightly decrease because it's an 8-year Olympic average where you throw out the high and low and average the other 6. So it won't be a significant decrease, but it'll be a slight decrease. It will not prevent from going lower, and it'll also prevent it from going real high.
And here's another point that people get confused on. Valuation is not taxation. You go into the assessor and you have your home or your farm valued. The entities come in and apply the levies against it. So what he's talking about is just the valuation.
Correct. Okay. That's correct.
I would yield the rest of my time to Senator Erdman.
Time expired. Senator Mosier.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President. A few questions I have, and I would say that I'm in the middle here a little bit. I have some farm background, but I'm not a sharp one. Soil types as Senator Gregard or Senator Brandt or Senator Erdman. But I think in the discussion, a few things would be helpful. One of them would be the values that you use in your example here are pretty low. And as one of the other senators mentioned, valuations in most parts of the eastern Nebraska would be a lot higher. So I think it would be good to include some property that values out to the $8,000 or $10,000 an acre or somewhere around there that it's currently selling for, so that there's a little more reassurance that your valuation system is fair. And I think it makes, and I think some, since they don't follow your rationale, feel that this could be kind of a Trojan horse kind of a thing where they get confused by the numbers and the formulas, and I don't want to compare it to the TIOSA formula, but it might be a little bit like that. And so I think it would be important for you to reassure the non-farm senators that what we're doing here or proposing to do here is fair. And then in the 5 soil types that I saw listed in there, one of them was wasteland. What would be considered wasteland on a farm? Senator Erdman, would you yield?
Senator Erdman, yield, please.
Yes, I would. Wasteland on a farm would be, Senator, would be land that's capable of not producing anything. Maybe it's a shelter belt. You know what a shelter belt is, a tree row.
Oh yeah,
those kind of things. Those would be considered wasteland.
How about the middle of the section where all the water runs to our frog pond, and we can run a sprinkler through it, but we can't grow anything in it?
That would be wasteland.
Yeah. And how about the neighbors that did some illegal drainage and water runs across the road and floods about 5 acres every year when it rains?
Does the water sit there all year?
The wet years it does, yes.
That
it's
would
not
be
considered a wetland, but I'd say 7 out of 10 years we can't grow anything in that. We have to harvest up to it, back up, turn around, come back around.
See, so those kind of things, Senator, would have to be determined by your assessor, the use of the land, and they would make that determination whether it was wasteland or not based on the use of it. And if your land had been flooded 3 or 4 years in a row and it stayed there, I would guess the assessor would probably consider it wasteland.
Yeah, we may not want it to be valued or not be classified as a wetland, because then maybe we couldn't farm it when it was dry.
Correct.
How does this allow for sport farmers, guys who come out? So they may be high-income individuals, they could be physicians or lawyers or whomever, and they buy property that doesn't produce real well, but they buy it and pay a lot of money for it to, say, hunt ducks or pheasants or something. How do you value land like that?
Those situations will be dealt with by the Land Valuation Board, but currently in some of the counties out west, when they purchase land to hunt on, if it's along the river, in some of the counties they're putting a blind charge for duck blinds and goose blinds in place, and so they're trying to catch some of that value for sporting events based on the valuation on the hunting capability of the soil of the property.
So would the fact that they paid an amount for their farm that's way more than what it would produce in income, would that affect the price of farmland around their sport farm?
Now it does. It would.
It does now, but under your system, it may not.
It would not. This is going to be based on the production capability of the soil there, Senator Moser. And so if they purchase that land to hunt on or whatever, it would still be based on, for agricultural purposes, on the value that it is capable of producing. And a special valuation will have to be determined some other way besides with this method.
And then one variation of an answer you gave earlier about buildings. So if a guy is going to put up, say he's going to put a huge chicken barn that's going to be worth $1 million, how is that valued?
It's valued however they value commercial property, it'll be the same. This has no bearing on commercial agricultural buildings or farm buildings or houses in the country.
Or cattle yards?
Right.
So those are valued as commercial entities?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mosher and Senator Erdman. Senator Coltman announces some guests today. We have with us 13 fourth graders from the St. Joseph's Catholic School in York, Nebraska. Those students are with us in the north balcony. Students, please rise so we can welcome you to the Nebraska Legislature. Continuing discussion of the bill, Senator Clements.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been concerned about this particular topic ever since I came to the legislature. My district, District 2, is all of Cass County and southern Sarpy County, which is the rural area south of the Omaha metro area. And as you may have heard, we've got a lot of development in Sarpy County, close to the inhabited parts, and it's moving down toward the rural parts. And we're seeing like-kind exchanges. And the Sarpy County Department of Economic Development Director told me that some companies are paying up to $60,000 an acre for farmland, and we've had Facebook paid $1 billion or so, Yahoo, and some of those companies that they want a particular location and they'll pay what it takes. The farmer who sells that is coming south toward me and my district, and at the peak, the farmers were paying up to $8,000 an acre. We're all dry land, but the investors for a like-kind exchange, they could pay $10,000 or $12,000 an acre and still get 5 or 6 times the amount of acres that they just sold. And of course, income tax is they're all very interested in avoiding income tax, and if they want to keep owning farmland, that's what they do. So we've had situations where we had a lot of bidders at an auction, and the farmers would bid maybe up to $8,000 an acre, which was really more than they should have paid, but then the investors who are not full-time farmers would run it on up $9,000, $10,000. In the last several years, as a banker, we have been telling our farmers who buy land, we will loan $3,500 an acre on what you're buying. And you can pay the difference in cash, or you can give us another 80 acres to go with it. And $3,500 an acre is all we have found that it would really cash flow. And even with lower corn prices now, that's maybe $3,000 is all it would do. But prices slipped a little bit down to $7,000 or so, but we still see that you can only cash flow about $3,500. On comparing it to a city property, a house, a person buying a house in town, the bank asks them, what's your monthly income? And we'll find out how much they want to pay for the house. And we loan them the amount their ability to pay for it. And I think, so in residential properties, the system is working fairly well, that people are paying what they can afford. And in the rural areas, like where I am, especially, the metro growth is causing artificially high values, and I would like to see a program like this which would equalize based on the actual production value. With that, I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Senator Erdman.
Thanks, Senator Clements. Senator Erdman, 1 minute.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Thank you, Senator Clements. Senator Moser's comment about we should do some eastern soils value farms to prove what that would do there. The Revenue Committee, the Revenue Department, did an analysis. Let's take Sarpy County, for example. Before my bill would go into effect, Sarpy County has $360 million in ag value. And after this, if this bill was implemented, Sarpy County would have $360 million in value. So, Senator Moser, the reason that we didn't use eastern Nebraska counties and more counties is because what Senator Lathrop had alluded to, I'm getting kind of overwhelmed with documents, and this is a difficult thing to understand, and I didn't want to cloud the issue with more documents to look at. But the same example would apply in eastern Nebraska as it does in western Nebraska. They don't base the land values now based on the productivity of the soil. It's based on what they think it's worth. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Erdman. Senator Hilkeman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Senator Erdman, thank you for bringing this bill. I like this is a new idea. It's something certainly we haven't talked about here on the floor, and so I'm very interested in what this bill. And as I've talked with you a little earlier, I've got some questions that I'd like to if I understand this correctly, is that, and as you and I have talked, I have the privilege of having some farmland myself, and we've done soil testing across that. Does every quarter need to be soil tested then throughout the quarter? In other words, there's some portions of your quarter is very productive, some portions are not. So is each one of these quarters going to be checked throughout the whole process? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Senator Erdman,
I would like to, but Senator Erdman yielded some questions.
Senator Erdman,
please.
yield, please.
I would.
So
let me answer your question, Senator Hilkman. Did you get this handout with the picture of the maps on it?
Yes, but I looked at one of them. I haven't looked at that one. Yeah.
Okay. This information is available now. This information is available on your farm. Okay. This type of soil map is available for your parcel now. That information is available for every parcel that is in the state. So no, the answer is no, you don't have to go out and sample every acre because that has already been done. That information is readily available. And I had a question earlier yesterday about what is the difference between doing this now and what they did in the 80s. The difference is in the 80s, they did not have all this information because the internet was not as prevalent as it is today, and that information was not as readily available. That's the difference. What we're trying to do is base the value on the productivity capability of each particular soil and not a group of soils lumped together like they do now. But the information is available, Senator.
Okay. Senator, another question for you. When I'm reading through the bill, this is to go into effect 2020?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Is it possible to do that this quickly? In other words, could this whole process be done that quickly so that we're ready by 2020, given we're looking at 1 year, less than a year away from those valuations?
I believe it is, and the reason I say that, Senator Hilkeman, is because with the information that I've been able to get from Dr. Jerry Green, who has put this information together in a spreadsheet, he has found it very simple to put together a spreadsheet that would include all soils in each county that needs to be inspected. And he said it was not a difficult process for him to do several counties, and he has already done those. And so the implementation is not as difficult as one would lead you to believe.
Okay, so I get then So I'm questioning what happens in the interim. In other words, if we pass this legislation and a county doesn't get this done, what happens in the interim? How are we going to?
Senator, it won't be up to the county to get this done. What will happen is the Land Valuation Board will put together a manual for each county telling them what the capabilities of each one of those soils is in their county, and they will include that in their spreadsheet. And then when they plug that information in, and each parcel has a number, a soils number, as on this map. You see on this map, every one of those soils has a number. And when that number equates to the soil type, it will kick out what the production is for that particular soil, and it'll give them a number.
1 minute.
And it'll automatically add up what the value is for that parcel.
Okay. And well, I've got other questions, and I'll try to come back on the mic. Okay. What I'm really curious is if this bill passes, and this is what we're going to use for property tax relief, what happens to the property tax relief fund that we have?
Okay. That is an incorrect statement. This is not, I said it before twice, I'll say it again, this is not a property tax relief bill. Property tax relief is going to come from Senator Linehan's committee, the Revenue Committee. This is a valuation of ag land, and this is a valuation change, not a property tax bill.
Thank you very much for that. And then, so, because that was another one of my questions. How is this going to affect the common man's farmland? In other words, would I expect my land valuation to be a lot less than it is now, or more?
Your value is going to be the same. When we implement this.
Thank you, Senator Hilkeman, Senator Erdman. Senator Erdman announces some guests today. We have with us 6 FFA students from Banner County High School, Harrisburg, Nebraska. Those students are with us in North Balcony. Students, please rise. I'd like to welcome you to the Nebraska Legislature. Continuing discussion, Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. And I, first of all, would like to applaud Senator Erdman for his work on this and recognizing that different pieces of land have different income-producing capabilities. I do have some questions that I would like to direct to Senator Erdman.
Senator Erdman, would you yield, please?
Yes, I would.
It's back this way. And again, thank you for your work on this.
Thank you.
And just as you mentioned just on the mic with Senator Hilkeman, and I clearly understand this is not a property tax relief bill, and you talked about it being revenue neutral. I just want to be sure I understand that could certainly mean that some valuations would go down and some valuations could go up, but the overall effect would be neutral.
You nailed it, Senator. That's exactly right.
Okay. If that happens, and for those that go up and those people are unhappy about this process, is there a protest mechanism like we have now that would still be employed?
There is a protest mechanism, and one would be able to protest to Turk or to the court system or however it is, and that provision would not go away. They would still have the opportunity to protest. And what would happen there is they would protest, and the Land Valuation Board would make a decision on their productivity of their soil, and that information is pretty readily available. But their acres may be wrong. They could have the wrong acres. I mean, sometimes that happens at the courthouse.
Right.
So they could protest their acres. But they would protest to the Board of Equalization, which is your county commissioners, and then they would make a determination on the acreage or whatever else information they had.
So it would start out very similar to the way it is today, that it would still go to the Board of the commissioners and go through that.
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm making an assumption here, but I want to ask this question so that I clearly know. Does this valuation approach maintain the 75% level that we are currently using?
This valuation would be the same as 75% as it currently is.
Okay. Now, getting to something that's a little more complicated, at least for me to understand, and in your introduction you talked about the capitalization rate and how that's arrived at, and I think you talked about South Dakota, it was 6-something%.
6.6, yes.
And you mentioned in Nebraska, and correct me where I'm wrong here, Senator Erdman, but I think you talked about the capitalization rate should be maybe lower in eastern Nebraska and higher in western Nebraska because of changes in ability. But we would arrive at a balance, is that, if that's the right word, that we would use something in the middle and use that statewide? And my question then, to follow that, is how would that be fair to everyone to do that?
Capitalization rate is a very significant adjustment that can be made to a property, as you well know. A very small change in capitalization rate is a very huge change in valuation. And as I had mentioned earlier, when Dr. Green looked at valuations in eastern Nebraska, central and western, the capitalization rate was lower in eastern Nebraska because the soil has a greater capability of production because of the length of season as well as the rainfall. And so I believe it's going to be up to the Land Valuation Board to determine whether they have a regional capitalization rate or whether they have a specific capitalization rate per county. But that'll be a decision that has to be based on...
And they would have the ability to make that decision.
Yes, and then they would have to report every year what they have done to the Revenue Committee and to the governor.
So I understand then on the front end, year one, how that all happens. Going forward, your soil type will not change from year to year. It'll always be the same. So once they've done that, so will they adjust, and on what basis might they adjust that capitalization rate going forward?
I would think that that capitalization rate would be a very static capitalization rate once they have discovered what it should be. But what happened in South Dakota, because they backed into it and they put it in their statute at 6.6, then they had to deal with that county by county as they moved from east to west, and they made adjustments to the counties and allowed them to make adjustments in their value because they couldn't adjust it.
Thank you, Senator Williams. Senator Urban, thank you. Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield my time to Senator Lathrop.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Lathrop, 5 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Urban, will you yield to a few more questions?
Senator Urban, yield, please.
Yes, I would.
And maybe what I want to do is pick up where Senator Williams left off.
Okay, good.
When you represented on the floor here today that this will have no effect overall on valuations, right? That when we get done, your process will yield the same result statewide as the process that's employed currently. Did I understand that right?
You understood that correct.
Okay. And to arrive at that, because that's not a coincidence, right? To arrive at that, you have chosen a cap rate or a capitalization rate that makes that possible.
The Land Valuation Board will make that determination.
But when you make that representation, that's because you have, at least for the first year, a cap rate that makes that possible.
Correct.
Is that true?
Yep.
And the cap rate is what in the first year? 2019, or the first year this bill takes effect, what's that rate? 6, did you say it's 6 something?
Yeah, the way it looks now, when we tried to make sure that it was the same, the valuation was the same across the state. In the eastern part of the state, it took 6% to make that equal, and as in the central part of the state, it was around 8%, and the further west you went, it was around 10%. That's the scenario. I had the Revenue Department run the numbers for me, and I did not get from them what capitalization rate they used, but they had come up with the same values going in as coming out.
Okay, but to be clear, in order for you to stand on the floor today and represent to us that it won't change valuations, the Department of Revenue, somebody that helped you out with this, chose a capitalization rate that would make that statement true.
I'm sure they did.
Okay. But that's not always going to be the case. Let's say that it's 6.5%, whatever the number is, and apparently you're not sure yourself. Is that true?
Yeah, I don't know what it was.
Okay, let's say that it's 6.5%. That's a static number in year one, right?
Right.
If that number were to go to, and apparently it's going to be set by the Land Valuation Board, what criteria do they have?
The bill says.
Is it going? Well, let me ask it differently. That's not going to be a fixed number from now until the end of time.
No, the number will be based on the production of the soil times the price of the commodities that are analyzed.
So that number is going to move around some. The cap rate.
The cap rate shouldn't move. It'll be the production times the value of the crop. The commodity price is going to be the only thing that changes the way the value goes up and down.
All right, is the commodity price going to affect our cap rate?
No.
Okay, so those things I'm not concerned with at this particular time. The cap rate, though, if it goes up, it affects land valuations. If it goes down, it affects land valuations. And we're not at that equilibrium you have described here today, which is it has no effect. It's not going to make it more in terms of land valuations or less, but when that cap rate moves, that's going to be one of the factors, and it will change. It will change overall, statewide, the valuations of ag property higher, up or down, depending upon which direction that rate is moving. Do I have that right?
If it is moved.
If it is moved, exactly. That's
1 minute.
That's in my question. So it's the Land Valuation Board that's making that decision?
Yes, sir.
What's the relationship between the capitalization rate and the cost of money? Is this like a discount rate? Tell me what the cap rate is.
Capitalization rate will be very similar. It's just one way of saying discount rate's the same thing as a capitalization rate.
Okay, so as money gets more expensive, does the cap rate go up?
I don't know whether it does or not.
Okay. Do you know what influences the cap rate?
The bill says that the land value has to be the same going in, and I would make the assumption that as they go and make that decision on how to value going forward, it'll be last year's value. It's a 6-year average. It's an 8-year average throughout the high and low, and it's a 6-year average of the rest.
That's time, Senators. Thank you, Senator Lathrop, Senator Urban. Senator McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wonder if Senator Urban would yield for a couple more questions.
Senator Urban, would you yield, please?
Yes, sir.
You've been patient with me, Senator. Thank you very much. I want to follow the theme that we've been following with regard to the cap rate.
Okay.
What is the difference between the discount rate and the cap rate? Is that synonymous, those terms?
Yes.
Okay. And would rate of return be a similar term?
Yes.
For those three terms, so they're synonymous. I'm a little surprised that the cap rate is not influenced by commodity prices, interest rates, proximity to markets, and the value of land that's sold recently. Can you explain to me why that's not the case?
When we originally started 3 years ago working on this bill, Senator McAllister, we had intended to put the cap rate, the capitalization rate in statute. And then as we began to evaluate what happened in South Dakota, we began to understand that if we did that and we had the same issues that they found in South Dakota where the cap rate should be different across the state because of rainfall and length of growing season, we felt we were going to be in a situation where every year we would have to come back and either ask to adjust the capitalization rate or make some other provision to correct the problem that was created by making the capitalization rate in statute. So that was the purpose we didn't lock it in.
Just for the sake of argument, let's assume the cap rate is influenced by interest rates, land price, adjoining land prices, commodity prices. Are we making a mistake by putting that cap rate into statute rather than simply having an adjustment mechanism in place that would change every year?
Can you say that again?
Sure. I'm a little concerned about putting that cap rate into statute.
I am too.
If conditions were to change, would we be in trouble by the fact that we're having that cap rate into statute rather than having your board simply adjust the cap rate and make changes accordingly?
Let me see if I can answer it this way, Senator. Let's say that we did a calculation and figured out that 8% was the average cap rate across the state, and we put that in place. And in eastern Nebraska, a capitalization rate of 8 perhaps would reduce the value of ag land 25%. And then in your counties in the east would see a reduction of 25% in their ag value. They would not be happy about that.
Let me try one more, for instance, with you. How about if we have drought conditions? And you indicated that the ground in eastern Nebraska would have a lower cap rate because it's more productive. But with the existence of a drought, would that change the cap rate?
Shouldn't.
Okay. One more item I'd like to cover, and that has with the regard that the values could vary by 15% every year. The fact that 15% could impact values, would that in fact cause the mechanism to kind of break down?
The situation, there's a couple reasons for that 15% adjustment, and one of them is because of what I've seen happen in South Dakota. And as we looked at what those counties did, and some of those counties needed to make an adjustment up or down, and they weren't able to do that because the statute didn't allow them to do that. They had to wait till the next year when the legislature met to make adjustments. And so I wanted to give leeway to the Land Valuation Board so they had an opportunity, if they found a county that was too high or too low, that they could make those adjustments without coming back and asking for approval. So that was in there to give them some latitude to make a decision necessary to make sure the value stays the same.
Thank you, Senator. You've been very patient with me.
You.
Thank you, Senator McCoster and Senator Urban. Senator Dorn.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. Thank you for the conversation this afternoon. This has been, even for me that has sat on a county board and a farmer, and that this would be part of what we do with our land going forward, maybe. It's been interesting to hear some of the conversation. A couple things I wanted to bring up, I guess, a little bit, and I'm going to use, Senator Erdman has done some pretty good job at trying to explain some of this, but yet I think at times there's also more to explaining, I guess. In Gage County, when you sit on the county board, then you're part of the Board of Equalization. So when people get their valuations out in May, everybody has a certain time you can appeal what your valuation is. Houses, ag land, whatever you want. And then in Gage County, we had either 3 members of the board, or we hired realtors and so on, people with expertise in it, or appraisers to help us with determining those when they had a protest. Some of the things I remember a little bit from that was Gage County has approximately 17,000 parcels that they have a tax on. I mean, not a tax, that's wrong, a tax statement on, 17,000 parcels. In Gage County, with ag land, with houses, they use, well, I'm not sure houses, I think houses might be 2 years. I know ag land is a 3-year sales. The last 3 years, they use this sales that you recorded in your county to come up with a new valuation. Every year, they add a new year and they drop off the 3rd year out. So as ag land values go up, that average, or that 3-year average, would now slowly go up. Same way going down. Several years ago, when ag land was really going up, Gage County had an average of somewhere between 100 and 120 sales on those 3 years. So we were setting ag land, and I don't know how many parcels of ag land we have in the county, but we were setting ag land based on about 100 to 120 sales. The last 3 years, When I left the board, we were at 66 sales. So now we're using 66 sales to set all of the ag land value in the county. Part of why I wanted to bring this up was we had a discussion with our county assessor, and what she was using was all guidelines that the state has and that the state visits with her on. In the last year, and like I said, I think houses maybe 2 years. I don't know if they're 2 years or 3 years of sales. I'm not exactly sure on that now. But in the city of Beatrice, which is half our population, and I could not tell you how many houses we have there, how many apartments or even industry. But she had 140 sales, and she told us she did not have enough sales to use to now come up with a good value on the sales of the houses. So we really started quizzing her. Why ag land, you got 66 sales and you can use those and set the value, and yet 140 house sales you cannot. And part of what me made think of this was when Senator Lathrop talked about, a house, you value it so many square feet and all of this. Well, houses are put in categories by age, number one, whether you have a 100-year-old house, 75-year-old house, and then they go by the sales on those. Then they also factor in 1 bathroom, 2 bathroom, the different value of the bathrooms, whether or not you have one house, one bedroom, and all of those things they factor in. And when she got done explaining it, it made sense why she did not have enough sales with certain categories. Certain categories she did. She could have used certain categories of those houses in town and come up with a good market value. But she had one category out of the 140 had over 40 sales. She also had a couple categories that had less than 10. So now the board asked her why couldn't she, based on using ag land sales of 60-some, setting all the value, why not use 10? She said, because we did not have enough good sales to accurately use to set the price. And like I said, as you sit on a county board, some of these things you see, and what Senator Erdman's bill here is trying to do is to take out some of those factors about not having enough sales. One of the other issues we had, and
Time,
Senator
Senator.
Lathrop.
Time, Senator.
Time?
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dorn. Senator Erdman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've had a lively discussion about 483, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the questions. I'm going to go over a few questions that have arisen since we started this. One of the questions was LB 483 eliminates equalization by the Tax Equalization Review Committee, TURC. It says the bill removes TURC's authority to make equalization adjustments from the ag land assessments. Those adjustments will be made by the manual that's put together by the Ag Land Valuation Board. Another question was LB 483 has no provisions for review by the courts. That is not true. As we discussed earlier, the authority of the County Board of Equalization under 483 is limited to make adjustments based on the productivity characteristics of the soil. If they don't have your soil classified right, you can make an adjustment. This restriction does not limit the taxpayer or the protester from appealing the decision of the Board of Equalization to TURC or to the courts. And I looked it up, and the statutes are 7715 and 775019. Those provisions are still in place. The bill does not eliminate you, as a property owner, the privilege of appealing to TURC. 483, the question is 483 lacks a mechanism for equalizing agricultural land. The assertion that agricultural land cannot be equalized without discoverable standards and references to the market value are discoverable standards. We can figure this out. LB 843 redefines agricultural valuation to be the agricultural productivity value, the capability of the soil to produce something. Assessments under LB 483 are based on an equalized are equalized by the land's ability to produce an agricultural product, whether it be grass or crops. Productivity is discovered by a mechanism with an equalization of agricultural assessments based on USDA, NRCS, and other information that's available. Another question, LB 843 does not define how other classes of land are valued: shelter belts, wasteland, or irrigated grass. These methods utilized for the assessment of irrigated dry land and grass are based on publicly available data sources, as I said earlier. Shelter belts, wasteland, and irrigated grassland will be based on the Ag Valuation Board's assessment of what is the current value determined by their research and discussion. It is possible that the board can define a methodology that will result in equalized assessments to these subclasses. One possible solution would be the board to define the value of these subclasses based on the productivity relationship that an irrigated grass has to dry land. They can figure it out. What better way, tell me a better way to value a piece of land from one side of your county to the other than what it's capable of producing based on the soil characteristics. Currently, we use land class groupings, and they put those together, and on one side of the county, one land class grouping. In class 4, on the other side of the county, it can be a different set of soils. There's no comparison now from one class to the other. The land class grouping thing has been bogus for a long time, and someone should have sued the property assessment division over what they've done, but they haven't. So anyway, those are some of the questions that I've had, and the other thing I wanted to talk about is LB 483 requires the county assessor to utilize the manual that will be put together by the Land Valuation Board. And so, as I said earlier, the Land Valuation Board will submit the information to the county assessor on what that soil is capable of producing in that county, and they will develop their spreadsheet based on the Excel spreadsheet that they have in their computer, and the number will be calculated by the computer what the value of that acre of land is based on the production of the soil. So those are some of the questions that I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Matt Hansen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Colleagues, I rise, I guess, in an uncertain position in LB 483. Just been listening to this debate has been really interesting, and actually I want to thank all of my colleagues for kind of their questioning, their focus, and for Senator Erdman and for others for bringing this bill. I'm really appreciative of members like Senator Erdman who came into a body with a very laser focus on a specific issue for putting the time and effort to work on things. But then it comes from me from a perspective, as he pointed out, having a different perspective, different experience with dealing with land valuations, in my case, very little, trying to figure out how a bill like this, a change like this, fits into our overall taxation structure. And I try and think about this as a senator who represents a city like Lincoln. Obviously, as a state senator, sometimes there are times where I make decisions, for the entire state, but I do have to keep in mind my own specific district in the context of those decisions. And so when I think about all of the different components of our tax system and all of the different components I know work together in ways that, frankly, sometimes we collectively as a body have a hard time processing and connecting together, that's the information I really want to process and soak up during a debate like this. As I've heard supporters of this bill say, and Senator Erdman say, I believe, is the overall goal of this is to not necessarily change the amount of valuation, but to change what land is valuated in some ways. And if that is able to be true, I'm, I guess, looking for what's the next step and then why, in the sense of that seems to say if we're changing how land is valuated, but the overall pool of land stays at the same value, there is going to be some people who are gaining more value and some people are losing more value. And thus property tax base will shift because of that. And the next step for me is trying to figure out where and how much will that change. Because then when we start talking about it as a state, I'm naturally, when talking about property taxes, so much of our property tax is dependent on education, or vice versa rather. So much of our education is dependent on property taxes. So if we're doing some sort of significant change to property tax valuations, how is that going to impact public education, K through 12 education in the state? And specifically, how is that going to go district by district? And therefore, when we go district to district, how is that going to connect in TIOSA? So those are the things that I'm trying to weigh and piece together in my mind on a bill like this, because I have a district that has a sliver of agricultural land, but far and foremost, the most of my constituents don't have agricultural land. They live in the city of Lincoln. And they send their kids to Lincoln Public Schools, which is a part of TIOSA, which is probably going to be impacted some way by LB 483. And yet I'm not quite sure how yet and in what capacity. It might be significant, it might be not, but that's the information that I am searching for on a bill like this. I know that wasn't necessarily clear and to the most direct point, but I just kind of wanted to posit those questions kind of broadly to the body, because they're going to be questions I'm going to have on most tax bills on this nature of looking at it as kind of a layer of systems, so that if we're making one change to one type of land in the state, that has reverberating effects going through, public, all the different political subdivisions, through us as a state, through state formulas, and so on and so forth. And that's really where I'm going to try and kind of posit and look through systems such as this.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so with that, I will continue listening to the debate. And I'm thankful to Senator Erdman and others for bringing their priorities to the floor and for being so willing to kind of address debate and have questions. I'll continue to listen to the debate, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Vargas, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, President. Mr. Hildress. So I have a couple questions. So here's the thing. I have a hard time with this, not because I don't think things are good ideas, but mostly this is complex enough that I'm worried that the time that we have allotted feels like we wouldn't be doing our due diligence to move something forward. And part of this is I'm not entirely sure what's the best practice and what's not, what's needed to do and what's not. And so I have some bigger questions about that. But my main question is a little bit about some of the things in the fiscal note. I might have missed some pieces of this. I was out for a meeting, but I was wondering if Senator Erdman would yield to a question.
Senator Erdman, would you yield to a question?
Yes, I would.
So thank you for bringing this bill, Senator Erdman, and I share with what Senator Bowles said earlier. I understand the underlying intention of the bill. I was wondering if you could, part of the fiscal note states that this is going to change. It's going to have an impact on TIOSA state aid, but it's not possible to estimate the amount. And usually we have some fairly decent estimates, but the other parts of the fiscal note, because these fiscal notes have multiple sheets from different departments and agencies, say it is going to have a substantial impact to TIOSA. So I just wanted to have some space to talk about what impact that could be, what you anticipate, and what we might do then to then make sure it's not detrimentally impacting education funding or aid.
Okay, I had a little difficult time hearing you, but I think what you asked me is what is going to be the impact on the school funding. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me answer it this way. If a county such as Sarpy County has $360 million in value, ag land valuation today that can be taxed for school funding, and my bill goes in place, and they have $360 million in ag land value, what do you think the TIOSA impact will be? Zero? No impact? If the value is the same before we start and after we've implemented it, it's exactly the same value, how much impact will it have? None.
Well,
that's exactly the answer to your question, is it will have no impact on TIOSA. And so that's why they stated it as they said.
Well, yeah, they stated that it's not possible to estimate the impact, but it is going to have an impact. It's just a very weird way to phrase it on a fiscal note. It's like saying, I think it could have a really big impact, but we don't know how. or it may have no impact. We're not sure. So that's why I asked. It's very, you don't see things like that. You usually see it's such a big impact, but we just don't know how much.
Right. I'm trying to answer it in the way that I understand. And if the state total value for ag land is the same before it's implemented as it is after it's implemented, my interpretation of that would be zero impact.
Got it. The other questions I had are more in just like the policy realm of this, on whether or not, I'd be the first to say, and I've had probably this conversation with actually with Senator Hilger several times about task force and committees and, what is or is not the most effective. So I was curious as to, when you're thinking about the creation of the ALVB, why was that the structure that you moved forward with? Is that a typical structure when we're thinking about other states that are going down this route? I know we've been referencing South Dakota here. I just wanted to hear a little bit more about that, because I don't know if that's a standard or is that just an idea that you had.
1 minute.
Senator, I'm not sure I heard your question. Can you turn your microphone a little bit? I'm having trouble understanding what you said.
Yes. Can you explain to me how you came up with the idea of having this specific commission?
The land back valuation board. Mm-hmm. Yes, I can. What happened is, as I began to analyze what they did in South Dakota, and I seen that the opportunity would not be there to make adjustments in between legislative sessions, I figured there needed to be another way to address those issues that come up. And as I looked at what they did back in the early years of Nebraska, back in the 80s, they did something similar to this, and they used a similar board to do that as well.
Are there existing resources? Because the other part of the fiscal note is the addition of FTEs. I think there's 2 FTEs in the Department of Revenue for the cost of about $200,000, and then additional expenses for the ALVB.
Yes, sir.
So,
Time, Senator.
Thank you very much. I'll put my line in front of it.
Thank you, Senator Erdman and Senator Vargas. Senator Bowles, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm still trying to get my head around this bill and how it would work in practice. And I was reminded of my service on the Tax Modernization Committee the summer after my first year in the body. And some good research was provided through that committee, and it led me to do some digging and led me to some questions for Senator Erdman. I think it's already been discussed on the floor today that, of course, we have a uniformity clause in our Constitution. In other words, all property taxes levied must be levied by uniform value. And the Supreme Court has said that all property assessed and taxed at a uniform standard of value meets the Constitution's uniformity clause. And I'm trying to figure out how that would or wouldn't apply to what is being proposed. I can see how there may be uniformity among the different classes and standards of production value, but it seems like there would not be uniformity among different types and different geographical areas of ag land because there is so much variation proposed in this bill. So my first question for Senator Erdman is, Senator Erdman, will you yield to a question?
Senator Erdman, would you yield?
Yes, I would.
I'm just curious, have you gotten an Attorney General's opinion about whether or not this bill would pass the uniformity clause test?
Senator Bowles, I have not, but what I will tell you is when we started down this road 3 years ago, and I had introduced my first bill to do this, the governor had also. And over the summer, his office and PRO and Lauren Kittner was very helpful in putting together what we have in front of us today. I haven't asked that question. I have not to specifically answer a question, but what I do know is if it was brought by the governor in a similar fashion and we work with them this summer, I'm making an assumption, you know what you do when you assume, but I'm making an assumption that if there was an issue with those things, that the governor's office and PRO wouldn't be promoting this bill if we thought there was some constitutional issue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I appreciate that. I think you have done a lot of homework on this bill. I'm not sure that I'm certain that this bill would pass the uniformity clause test, and that comes from my experience in asking for other opinions from the Attorney General's office. Their excellent staff and research typically comes up with angles and ideas and precedents that had not occurred to me and that I hadn't thought of without their history and expertise. My other questions relate similarly to what I think Senator Hansen was putting on the mic. And some of the research from the Tax Modernization Committee reflected that an ag land valuation might result in some shifts, in some changes, that the property tax burden for local governments might be shifted from ag land to other classes of value. And then it might have a different effect in different kinds of communities. So if you have a community where there's a lot of ag land, does that shift any burden to the smaller number of homeowners in that district, or vice versa? If there's a community in which there is little ag land, how does that have an impact overall? So I'd be curious if you can tell me, in a community where, like the community where I grew up, the Palmyra Bennett School District, where you've got a mixture of small towns and agricultural land, is there an opportunity, is there a possibility here that property tax burden would be shifted from agricultural payers to small town payers, property tax payers?
Because we have a limited amount of time, my short answer is no, it would not affect those other people in the communities that have residential property. The value we're dealing with is ag land value, and the goal is
my concern, just with the little time I have left, is that if you have an area where a lot of agricultural land is deemed a lower producing value and has a lower producing property tax after this change, that might have an impact on homeowners in small towns. So I'd be happy to discuss further, but we're running out of time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bowles and Senator Erdman. Senator Lathrop, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Erdman, I'd like you to yield to a question if you don't mind.
Senator Erdman, would you yield? And Senator Lathrop, this is your third time at the mic.
Thank you.
Yes, I would.
Okay, now I'm gonna try to be focused with this question. You told me there's several land types, and I understand that, but one of the land types is gonna be wasteland. That's gonna be a category of land, am I right?
Right.
And I think in answer to Senator Moser's question, you gave some examples of wasteland.
I did.
So we're focused on the income producing ability of land, but there might be a 25-foot wide tree line in the middle of my cornfield.
Correct.
And you gave that as an example of wasteland.
That's right.
And did I hear you say that the value of that wasteland will be determined by the Land Valuation Board under this bill?
That's correct.
Okay, everything else is based on production, but now we're going to turn to the Land Valuation Board. Are they going to use some kind of a market approach to determine the value of that tree line going down the middle of my cornfield?
That would be a difficult thing to assume now, and generally, like in my counties out west, that wasteland is valued in that $30, $35 an acre range. They figured out kind of what that value should be, and there's not a lot of value there as far as just by itself. It may be protecting the soil, and that's a good thing, but that will be up to the Land Valuation Board to figure out what that value should be.
But you expect it to have some value when it comes out of the Land Valuation Board?
Yes, I do.
And do you expect it to have that value to have some relationship to market value?
That will be their determination. Right now, Senator, when they determine value on property based on the 521 document that's turned in, there's no stipulation about what they paid for a certain acre of land, whether it's good, bad, or what they paid for the tree row. So all of those things are determined by the county assessor now.
Okay. But the Land Valuation Board is going to place some value on that tree line going down the middle of my cornfield.
That's correct.
And it's not going to be based upon production value.
No.
Because you can't grow corn
Can't
in the
grow
tree
corn
line.
in a tree row. Nope.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Here is probably maybe the simplest problem I think the bill has in uniformity. Okay? And now this is a requirement in the Constitution in Article 8 And Section 1, we allow ag to have its own classification, but within agriculture and horticulture, I think the Constitution provides, we still need uniformity and proportionality. And here's where I think you lose me on the constitutional question, and that is, you're going to, for land that I can grow something on, you're going to use a production value, but for a tree line that's part of my land, it's not zero, which would be its production value, but it's going to be some other value set by a board. And that's where we lose uniformity, in my judgment. So I'm struggling to learn and understand all the details of this process, Senator Erdman, and I get what you're trying to do, and I appreciate it. And I appreciate your courtesy today. But when I look at the fact that wasteland is going to have a different approach from production land, then we lose uniformity. And the Constitution requires uniformity within the class of land known as agriculture and horticulture. I'll let you comment on that if you like, in fairness.
I appreciate that. So you're making an assumption that the Land
1 minute
Valuation Board may make a decision based on something other than sales. I didn't say they couldn't. I didn't say they couldn't use sales to determine the value of that tree row. I did not say that.
Yeah,
I said they will determine the method to value the tree row. And if they want to use sales, that's their choice.
No question about it. But it isn't going to be production. And that's where you run into a uniformity problem. Let me finish my point. That you told me that the wasteland, this tree row down the middle of my cornfield, is going to have some value. It will be valued in some manner other than zero, and that'll happen by the Land Valuation Board, and it won't be based on production. It has to be based on something else or it'd be zero.
All right, so what if the Land Valuation Board looked at the type of soil that was in the tree row and they based it on production minus the fact that there's trees there? I mean, who knows what value or how they're going to arrive at the value?
Thank you, Senator Erdman and Senator Lathrop. Senator Moorfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield my time to Senator Lathrop to continue the conversation if he so chooses.
Senator Lathrop, 5 minutes.
Sure. Senator Erdman, if you don't mind yielding.
Senator Erdman, would you yield?
Yes, I would.
I want to take it in a different direction. And maybe I can try to break it down, and I want you to know I'm trying to understand this process. And as Senator Brandt said, maybe part of it's just that we're city people and we don't know what it's like to try to go to the assessor's office when we have farmland. But your approach basically takes soil type, what that soil can make, times what the price is for that commodity. You subtract your inputs, and then you get your net income. Is that true? Yes?
Right.
Okay. So I'm a lawyer, and I like to make sure stuff's on the record, and you're nodding your head.
Yes.
That's a yes. Okay. And coming up with a current valuation after we know the net income from the property is a function of the cap rate that this Land Valuation Board is going to come up with from year to year.
Say that again.
Once we know in our 8 years, right, we're going to do this each year, and we'll be throwing out year 9 when the current year comes up. We will take the soil type, the yield on that crop, the value of that crop, and that'll tell us what our gross income could have been. Whether we choose to or not, that's what our gross income would be, and we subtract what the cost of raising that crop would be, your inputs, and you come up with net income.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right.
You still have to have a cap rate to figure out what the value of the property is.
Correct.
Okay. And the cap rate is going to be determined by the Land Valuation Board. Is that right?
Correct.
The Land Valuation Board, if they move that cap rate up, the valuation of that property will go down. If they move it down, the value of the property would go up.
Correct.
Okay. When you represent on the floor that this will not result in any change in valuation of ag land overall, That's because you have fixed a discount or a cap rate to make sure that that's true in 2019.
That's correct.
Okay, but that cap rate is not, all of these things are variable, right? What the commodity brings, what your inputs cost, and the cap rate move from year to year, right?
Okay.
The cap rate represents essentially the cost of money. Would you agree with that?
Yep.
So if we see the investment rate on a CD go to 10%, your cap rate would be much higher and your land valuation would be lower. Is that true?
If CDs went to 10%.
Your valuation board, this group that you put together, is going to make a judgment about the cap rate, and they're going to raise the cap rate.
If they raise the cap, if they did, yes.
It's supposed to reflect the cost of money, right?
Right.
Okay, so the cap rate goes up, then the land valuations go down, at least for that year, and then they get worked into the average.
Okay.
Yes? So I guess this is the point I want to make. I appreciate that you are starting this process with a cap rate that leaves everything equal, but once the market starts taking over, the value of the crop, what it brings, I was here when corn was at $8 a bushel, right? What is it now, $3.30? Something like that?
Not quite.
Not quite. Your inputs, there may be some variability there, your seed and the fertilizer and the other things that you use to grow this stuff. Those are variable costs or variables in your formula, and so's the cap rate. What money costs are what you need for a return on investment. Those things going forward, we're starting out with those things static, but going forward, over the next 10 or 20 years, those things could be all over the place depending upon the economy, the value of a commodity, and the cost of the inputs. And that could affect the overall valuation of farm property in the state of Nebraska, up or down, depending upon how those variables go. Would you agree with that? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman, Lathrop, and Moorfeld. Senator Wayne, you are recognized.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'm trying to understand a little bit more. Senator Brandt and I had a conversation, and I'm having more conversations to understand this process. I guess, will Senator Erdman yield to a couple questions?
Senator Erdman, would you yield?
Yes, I would.
It is more not a question, it's more of a statement, and I want you to respond so I can understand it. What drives ag valuations, is it not that people buy them? So like there are two farmers who are bidding on a lot, and that drives up the market rate, correct?
If two farmers are bidding, yes.
Okay, so how is that different than the empty lot in my neighborhood where there's 3 neighbors who are all bidding for that same empty lot who are driving up that price to a market rate? It's above the market rate because people want that property. Is that the same scenario as an ag?
Yeah.
Okay, and I do recognize that underneath our Constitution, ag can be treated differently, and right now it's at 75% of the market value, whereas in urban it's at 90%, 95% of the market value. But the theory behind it is the same, that market rate determines the value, correct?
In your example, that's correct.
So then in the commercial industry in my district down by the airport, we have buildings that are strictly used for warehouses. I mean, following this logic, should we change how we value commercial buildings from their usage and their productivity? So if I can only use that for light manufacturing, should that be a different property rate versus a residential rate versus somebody who is doing heavy industry? Should we distinguish those two? We're not talking about the Constitution, I'm talking about the theory behind what you're doing.
Bring a bill next year and we'll do that one.
No, I'm asking if the theory is consistent with what you're doing.
You know, Senator, I don't know if it's consistent or not, but what you find in agricultural sales, and Senator Dorn alluded to the fact, we don't sell hardly any of those. Less than 1% of our land sells, and so its scarcity drives the market. And so if you're an agricultural producer and you've lived next to a property for 50 years and it's never come on the market, when it does, you pay more than it's worth just because it lays next to you. And those sales are included. So whether a commercial property should be valued the same way ag land should be valued, I don't have a lot of commercial property in my district. That's a hard question for me to answer.
No, I'm trying to put this into an urban setting so I can understand it better. I'm not asking you to support a bill that's not existing yet. I'm just trying to figure this out. So then is it fair to say that we're trying to use government to put constraints on the free market?
No, no.
But it's the free market that's driving this price up, just like whether it's an urban or whether it's rural. It's the free market driving the price. And we're putting a different way of evaluating to control what the free market is doing.
You're making an assumption that the current method we now use is an acceptable approach. And it's
No. What I'm making an exception is that we're basing it off of the free market, what is being sold, the price of that land, and that's the free market. The free market is determining the price of that land, and what we're trying to do is change the valuation based off productivity to get around the free market. And I'm not saying I'm okay with that. I'm just trying to understand, in my view, coming from an urban setting, that's what we're doing. Is that a fair statement?
We're trying
Not a trick question.
We're trying to base the value of ag land on the capability of that soil to produce something. And right now, we're basing it on what someone is willing to pay for it, and some of those someones aren't in agriculture, and they're willing to pay far more than it's worth as far as an agricultural piece of property.
But that's the free market. Anybody can buy and sell land. So then what happens if a new crop, such as hemp, is introduced into the area?
That'll have no bearing on it. It's the capability of the soil to produce something.
But what if they're producing higher yields and higher money than, say, corn?
They're smart farmers.
But it doesn't change their property value? No. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wayne and Senator Erdman. Senator Klowski, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to yield my time to Senator Erdman, please. Lathrop, yes. Thank you.
Senator Lathrop, 430.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Kolowski. Senator Erdman, can I ask you a few questions, if you don't mind?
Senator, would you yield?
Yes.
So now I'm on to, I talked about uniformity in the last time at the mic. I want to talk about proportionate to all property in the class. So once we do this, the Constitution requires that it be proportionate within the class. So by what yardstick will we measure proportionality for these various classes of property and hypothetical income, to be net income to be derived from it?
So as we discussed earlier, every one of those soils have a production capability rating, right? So tell me, what is more comparable if I have soil, as we discussed, 1705 in the eastern part of my county, or I have 1705 in the western part of my county, and they're valued the same because of the same soil. Tell me how that's not equal and proportionate.
Okay, here's what I understand proportionate to require. So if you have two guys with soil 1705 and they're valued the same, and you assume that they'll raise the same crop and have the same net income, you're proportionate within a soil type, but it doesn't help you with proportionality between soil type 1705 and wasteland. You still must have proportionality within agriculture and all these various classes. So don't you necessarily have to get back to the market to determine whether a soil class that you've valued is proportionate to the next soil class that you're valuing?
I don't know how to answer that.
Okay. I think that's a problem, because ultimately, to determine proportionality from one type of soil to the next, or from grassland to wasteland, or from, row crop type soil to grassland, it still has to be proportionate within the class of agricultural land. And I think that's ultimately gets tied back to the market. Yeah, that's a constitutional requirement as well as uniformity. And it's not just proportionate from one soil type to the next, but proportionate. So right now, if somebody who's growing corn has, I don't know what this land's worth, to be honest with you. Let's say it's worth $12,000 an acre, and somebody who is has a different soil type is worth 10. When we get done with this process, it still has to reflect that same proportion to whatever the market is, or it's not proportionate from one soil class to the next, or one classification within agriculture to the next. And that, I think, is also an issue relative to the constitutionality. You talked about the review process. If I don't like the cap rate that this board comes up with, what is my remedy?
1 minute.
This board meets and they decide the cap rate for next year is going to be 6%, and I go, there is no way that's fair. Where do I go?
You have an opportunity to appeal it to Turk, and you can also take it to court. I read the statutes that it doesn't eliminate you to do that.
I can go to Turk and to the county board, and I can file suit if I don't like the cap rate?
Yeah. No provision is taken away from you to do that. And the issue that you talked about, proportionality, you're making an assumption that what we do now qualifies, is constitutional. I contend that what we do now has the same issues that what we're trying to do here.
Okay.
That's a fact.
No, I get it, and I'm smiling only because once we pass a law and it becomes a law, it's constitutional until some court says it isn't.
That's correct.
Right? It remains enforceable until somebody says it isn't. And
Initiative 300 is a good example.
Thank you, Senator Erdman, Lathrop, and Klowski. Senator Walls, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield my time to Senator Lathrop.
Senator Lathrop, 445.
Thank you, Senator Walls, who did not see my head shaking just a moment ago. I have a lot of notes. I'm reviewing those. Yeah, will Senator Erdman yield to a question?
Senator Erdman, would you yield?
Yes.
Senator Erdman, can you tell us what the makeup of this land valuation board is?
Yes, I can. It's in the bill. I believe it's section 9. It describes who they are. Let me turn to it so I don't make a mistake. The following people. There'll be one person involved in agricultural livestock production, one person involved in agricultural crop production, one person from a farm advocacy group, one person with a county assessor's certificate, a person from the Department of Agriculture Economics from the University of Nebraska, one person from a commodity checkoff board, the tax commissioner, and the director of ag. 8.
Okay, so are those 8 people going to set the cap rate?
Yes.
Do you know if they got any background in setting the cap rate?
I don't.
Determining what a competitive rate of return is?
I don't. I would assume that these people will be advised by the Property Assessment Division and the Tax Commissioner. They'll be working as their liaison and giving them information as to how to move forward.
Okay, thank you, Senator Erdman. Colleagues, the difficulty with the composition of that board, if I may, is that when we talk about a capitalization rate, you're into sort of the field more of investment and banking to determine what a fair rate of return is given the net income from a farm operation or a particular type of soil type, and or the prevailing interest rates, prevailing investment rates, the risk of any particular type of an investment. And I'm not confident the members of the board that have been described will be free from influence from the agriculture community, who will be, of course, hoping for a higher cap rate, which will lower the overall value of property. I'm also concerned about the cap rates in that Senator Erdman has suggested that one cap rate in one part of the state would be appropriate. A cap rate on the eastern side of the state would be a different cap rate. And what we're doing is taking an average, and to me that's about what the cost of money is and what you could get with alternative investments. And in my judgment, unless I'm not understanding this, and that's perfectly possible, the rate of return or the cap rate shouldn't be dependent upon what part of the state you're growing a crop in. So those are just some of the concerns. I will tell you, I've been at this mic for plenty of times, and I'm ready to not ask another question for a while. So I'm not interested in somebody yielding more time to me at this point until I have a chance to study my notes a little closer.
Thank you, Senator Lathrop, Senator Erdman, and Senator Walls. Senator Hilkeman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Senator Erdman yield to several questions yet?
Senator Erdman, would you yield?
I'll try.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Erdman. I know it's been one of those afternoons I've been wanting to be a part of this conversation. I've been kind of distracted with other things going on here, and these questions may have been answered, but these are important to me. So, well, how is this going to affect local school funding? For example, my particular land is in Randolph, Nebraska. How might that affect the school funding in Randolph, Nebraska?
So, Senator, what county are you in?
I'm in Wayne County.
Whatever the valuation is, agricultural valuation in Wayne County is today, will be the same value you have in Wayne County when this is implemented. So it should have no effect on your school funding.
Okay. And what do you think will be the long-term effect of this, changing this, on property values? In other words, how might I have a reasonable idea what my quarter of land would be worth today? With this in effect, what might I expect?
My impression and my conclusion is drawn from what I have discovered in other states that surround us, Senator, Wyoming, Kansas, Iowa, South Dakota. Those states, they all have a similar approach to what I'm trying to do, and their valuation is very consistent. It is very steady, and it doesn't vary a whole lot up and down. One of the things that we haven't talked about, and what will happen in the near future, as soon as commodity prices adjust, we will see a run-up in ag land value again. And when we do, the disproportionate share that ag land is paying now will go up and we'll pay more. And if all the urban senators are so worried about ag land values going down and affecting their valuation for their schools or whatever it is, I get that. But if you want to keep piling it on agriculture, then continue the system we have. If you want to make it fair for agriculture and allow them to be able to live and function as they should and not have to pay any more, my goal is not to have them pay less. My goal is to make it a fair way to value ag land. If your goal is to continue to shift more to ag land valuation, which means more taxes for ag land, than continue to do what we currently do.
Senator, in talking with other senators about this that I respect that are in agriculture, that they've, one of the comments that was made to me is that overall this probably isn't going to change the way we're doing things much at all at the present time, other than that if your farmland is not very good, you might have a lower valuation. If you've got really good farmland, your valuation may go up. Would you agree with that statement?
That's a possibility, yes.
Okay. And then, and I know that we have these fluctuations in grain prices, but you're going to take this land value over a period of what, 8 years? Is that correct? I'm sorry, not land prices, but commodity prices. For example, several years ago we had the $7 corn. Now we got $3.25 corn.
1 minute.
Tell me how that's going to waver out.
It is an 8-year Olympic average, Senator, which means they'll throw out the high and low and average the other 6. So in your example, if we had a year of $8-year corn, I would assume that would be the high year. That would be removed. And if we had $2.80 corn, that would be the low year, and that one would be removed. So it's to take the peaks out of this and the valleys out of it to make it more consistent so people can plan and work around what their taxation is going to be, because I can guarantee you, standing on this floor today, that when the ag land values run up again, and they will, valuations go up, so do taxes, and ag land is going to pay more than they do now, a disproportionate share, and it'll continue to be, as it always has been for the last 15, 20 years, we will pay more. Our values are going to go up, and we're going to pay more.
And that value of the price will be determined by the farm service program.
Senators.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Hilkeman and Senator Erdman. Senator Kavanaugh, you are recognized, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to speak for just a few moments before I ask the senator to yield for questions, give him a little break, maybe take a drink of water. But I do have some questions for Senator Erdman. Kind of going back to my earlier comments this afternoon, I did want to give my colleagues a small piece of advice, because this has been mentioned to me a few times over the last, 48 hours or so. I'm a hugger. I love hugs, big on the hugs. You can ask me about giving me a hug. Please don't make a Joe Biden joke. That would be very much appreciated, and I think it would go very far with a lot of people if you don't make a Joe Biden joke. But if you want to give me a hug, just say, hey, Senator Kavanaugh, can I give you a hug? And I'm pretty likely to say yes. So with that, Senator Erdman, would you yield for a question?
Senator Erdman, would you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator, so much for your time today on this issue. It really is an important issue, and I appreciate you're very well versed in this. And if you have a surrogate that you would rather I ask these questions to give yourself a break, I'm happy to do that as well.
Go ahead, ask your questions.
Okay. So with the recent floods that have happened in Nebraska, is that going to impact the valuation under this formula?
No, it will not.
Okay. So how does that not impact it? Because, I mean, the lands, we are going to have a crisis in the state with the flooding.
That property that was damaged, the way it works, the way the statutes are written, whatever is on your property on 12:01 a.m. on January 1st is what you pay property tax on for the whole year of 19, no matter what happens the rest of the year. So that flood will have no effect on this year's property tax, none whatsoever.
But will it have an effect on next year's property taxes?
It will depend on what happens to the reconstruction of the property that was damaged.
So there is that potential or likelihood?
So whatever is on the property on January 1st, 12/01/2020 will be the value for 2020.
Okay, so I mean, in the past several years, we've actually had some issues on the opposite end with drought in Nebraska. So if we were doing the valuation by this formula, would it have impacted it then?
Well, in the same example as what Senator Hilkeman asked, if you use the 8-year Olympic average and you have a drought year, and let's say the income was very low in that year,
Yes, I'm sorry. I do remember you saying
that one would be
Senator
thrown out as
Okay.
well. So a drought year would not have an impact on the average because that would be a number that would be removed.
Okay. So I appreciate what you're trying to do for the agricultural community, and my district is not necessarily part of that.
I understand.
But that doesn't mean that I think that we as senators not only represent our district, but represent the state. And so I want to make sure that we're doing something that is good for the people of Nebraska. And I just wanted you to know that my questions are meant to be in good faith, and not meant to try and tear this down. I'm just trying to understand it a little bit better. So I appreciate your time on this today, because I really do think that the way that we are funding government through property taxes is ineffective and disproportionate to ability to pay. I mean, I said to one of our colleagues off to the side, I make 1 minute? Oh, thank you. I make $12,000 a year, and I still pay the same amount of property taxes regardless of my income.
Correct.
And so I appreciate your thoughtfulness with this, and I really appreciate you taking the time to answer. I yielded my time earlier to Senator Lathrop because he had a sort of stream of questions that were helpful to me, and just thank you for your time on this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh and Senator Erdman. Senator Blood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Proxy President Hilders. Keep up the good work. I would ask that Senator Erdman please yield to a question, as I'm still undecided on both the amendment and the bill.
Senator Erdman, would you yield?
Yes, I would.
Thank you, Senator Erdman, and how are you holding up?
Fine.
Good. I noticed they turned the air on. I was very thankful for that.
They did?
I think so. Yeah. Or I'm just sitting still too long. So I've had a lot of questions answered, and this is a very technical bill, and I appreciate all the great dialogue. I wish when we had important bills like this that we'd have dialogue like this as opposed to people reading out of books and wasting our time. So I do appreciate today's dialogue. One of the things I haven't heard, and unfortunately the transcripts are not up yet, I noticed that both the county assessors and NACO came out against it. Can you tell me what their objections were? Do you remember? Did you stay for the entire hearing?
Yeah, I did. I listened to their objections. NACO and the county assessors, I had given an opportunity to those people to try to help me work this bill in a way that they could agree with. They chose not to, and when I asked them what their plan was, they basically said, we don't have a plan, but we hate yours. That's been their approach. And so
what was
what
their
happens?
actual testimony, though, sir? Do you
Yeah,
know? Remember what they said?
They were concerned about the constitutionality, and the assessors are worried about how they're going to determine the productivity of the soil and all of those situations that they brought up because they didn't take the time to come to talk to me about how that information is available and how we could make this work for them. That wasn't a discussion we had. And so when you ask someone, do you have input that I could use? Would you please help me? And they decline. And then later on, when you try to come up with something and then they come opposed to it when they had an opportunity to help you, is a problem.
That's fair.
And that's a situation that I find with NACO and the county assessors, and some of the times they just don't want to do the work.
And then I noticed that the Nebraska Ag Leaders Working Group came out in favor of it, and there was somebody named Steve Ebke, or Steve, was it Ebke from the corn growers, or was it Erdman?
Yeah, no, it was the group that came in was the farm organizations, and it was represented by one person. That was the corn growers, the wheat growers, Farm Bureau, and those people all came in with one person to testify for all those groups.
And what was their reasoning and support? Again, since there's no transcripts, I'm depending on your memory.
Their concern and their support was because they've seen the ag land values go up in some counties as much as 300%, and they understand the disproportionate share that they're paying that they weren't paying 20 years ago or 15 years ago, and they're very concerned that when the ag land values go up again, the prices go up, they'll pay more than they are now. So this is an opportunity for them. They didn't come in asking for a reduction. They come in and ask that we freeze it where we are, and that's what this bill does. And their understanding is that it's going to go up, and they're going to be in the same scenario they've been in before. And we are the only state in the region that uses the sales method. We're the only one. But of course, you got to know we're the only unicameral too, so we can be different. But what's going to happen is the value is going to go up, and when it does, ag land values will go up and taxes will go up again. And if this would have been in place in the 2000s, we wouldn't have seen a run up in ag values as we did, and agriculture wouldn't be in the predicament that we're in, and the state revenues wouldn't be in the tank like they are because agriculture wouldn't be doing as poorly as they are now.
So if I hear you correctly, the farmers are basically asking for a fair shake. Thank you, Proxy President.
That's correct. That's correct.
And so the other question I had for you is, was there an interim study on this? Because I don't remember seeing one. Did we have an interim study to kind of test the waters? And there was none on this particular issue?
Over the summer, Senator Blood, we worked with the governor's office trying to figure out what method we should use based on what we understood about every other state around us. And when the other states around us have property tax on agricultural land that is significantly less than ours, then we need to do something to get ours in line. And this is not a reduction to get in line with the other states, but it'll help us not get out of line further than we are.
I appreciate your answers. Thank you, Senator Urban.
Thank you, Senator Blood and Senator Urban. Senator Williams, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon again. And I do have a few more questions, if Senator Erdman would yield.
Senator Urban, would you yield?
I'd be glad to.
And have you noticed that Senator Chambers has been sitting all afternoon, and you've been required to stand all afternoon? So I'm applauding you for that today.
I didn't know where he went.
He's hiding over there, but
Okay.
I'm not trying to wake him up or anything. But,
okay.
I wanted to just be sure I'm trying to understand something. When I was on the mic before, we did talk about the 75% valuation. And in looking at the bill, I see that on page 3, line 15, the 75% is taken out, and it is defined as the agricultural productivity value, which then is defined at, let me look at my notes here, page 5, line 1, and nowhere in that definition is the 75%. And I'm just wondering how that is still going to be computed somehow in this so that we don't lose that benefit that agricultural land has.
Are you referring to the top of page 5, line
5,
1?
line 1, yeah. The special valuation shall be equal to the land's agricultural productivity value.
Did you, can I ask you this? Did you look up 77-1359? I did at one time.
I did not.
I have looked it up. I don't remember what it is exactly.
Okay. Can we check with that so that I just want to see if that
Right.
75%. I understand the intent, and it starts at the beginning with being valuation neutral, at least by county. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Okay.
And statewide as well. If counties are equal,
Right.
so will statewide value.
My question then about that, and Senator Bowles sort of asked us, I'm going to maybe ask it in a little bit different way. I've got numerous counties that have various school districts that are both inside a county and partly in another county in that. And I can't imagine that it would be valuation neutral per school district. Can you address that?
You said you can't imagine it would be valuation neutral?
I can understand in the big picture how it can be valuation neutral in a county, but inside that county, you've got different taxing entities that have different geographical boundaries.
Right.
And having it be valuation neutral for each one of those separate geographic areas.
You know, I would assume that each one of those geographic areas, and I'll make an assumption, I hadn't thought about this question, but I'm making an assumption those geographic areas of those school districts would be very representative of what the county is. I wouldn't think you would have a school district that would be substandard to the rest. I would think that there may be portions in each one of those school districts that may have some substandard land, but they'd also have some better land. I'm trying to think in my counties.
I'm thinking
if that
about
would
it in
affect us.
particular I have at least one school district that has virtually entirely agricultural land in their
1 minute.
district. Thank you, Mr. President. I have another district that it is closer to 70% homes and commercial and 30% ag. And in trying to think about how this would work, it seems to me that it might not remain valuation neutral for those different entities.
I'd have difficulty thinking how that difference would be.
The other thing I wanted to be sure of before we run out of time, as I understand it on the appeal, even though you could appeal to Turk, you could certainly appeal that they had classified the soil right or that they had your acres right. But if we change the law that we are not using a market valuation approach, I'm not understanding how they can challenge the valuation side of this when we've set it in statute as
Time,
a
Senators.
formula. Is that time?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Williams and Senator Urban. Senator Crawford, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I thank Senator Urban for his work on this property tax issue. I know he's been working on it multiple years, and actually I will just yield to you quickly so you can answer Senator Williams' question, because I would like to hear the answer as well.
Senator Urban, would you yield to a question?
Oh, I was just going to give you a chance to answer Senator Williams' question.
Senator Crawford, are you yielding the time, or are you
Yes,
asking
I
a
am.
question?
Well, I'm just to ask a question, then I'll take my time back to ask another question. Thanks.
Senator Urban, would you yield to a question?
Yes. So let me see if I can understand what Senator Crawford is asking. Are you asking when he said, could there be a difference within a school district valuation?
No, at the end he was saying, what would you be challenging in an evaluation challenge?
Okay, I understand. All right. Well, one of the things that would happen is you would be able to challenge the soil classification, whether it was right or not, and then the other issue would be your acres. And sometimes the county courthouse doesn't have your acres exactly right. I've found that over the time. But the issue that would be pretty much settled would be what are the production capabilities of that soil classification. That's pretty well set. And so some of these protests that we now hear as a county board would probably be eliminated, because what we're doing now is, I'll give you for an example, about 10 years ago in our county we sold 17 parcels of soil, farms that were sold at the assessed value, which was 75% of the market, and that was below the market, and we all thought it was going to drive down our valuation, and our valuation actually went up, because the way they calculate the valuation of ag land, they use the median sale, and none of those sales came to be the median sale in the array, and the value went up, and people were very upset that they had 17 lower sales, but yet the value still went up.
Thank you. I have a couple of the questions, if you'll yield to a couple of the questions. I'm still trying to understand the cap rate that we've been talking about. Is that the same thing as what's discussed in the bill as the discount rate?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. So we've talked about, in the discussion, I've heard some discussion about the cap rate being tied to the value of money. However, on page 9, that it's talking about the discount rate, that this Agricultural Land Valuation Board sets a discount rate for each county. It talks about annual precipitation as a key issue that's being considered in the capitalization rate. So that on the bottom of page 9,
Yes,
it talks about they're setting a separate discount rate for each county. So I'm going to ask a two-part question. So the first is, so is it tied to, how is it tied to money value, or is it tied to precipitation? I guess my larger political concern is if the Agricultural Land Valuation Board is the board that gets to set this cap rate or discount rate. Seems to me that they're appointed by the governor. They represent agricultural values. Seems like they would have every interest in moving that capitalization rate to lower valuation. Now I know it has to be the same for this year. It's set the same the first year, but after that it seemed there would be a political incentive for them to push that down. And in the bill now they could push it down 15%. And so what stops the Agricultural Valuation Board from having that incentive to just lower it or raise it, whichever lowers the property taxes?
1 minute.
Thank you. By their maximum, or trying to lower it to lower property taxes. Thank you.
I would hope that this board would have some common sense to make those applicable decisions. Let me talk a bit about your comment about the rainfall precipitation being part of the analysis. And you may see in there on page 9, line 26, there's a very important three-letter word there, and it is may. And so what we did is we suggested that maybe precipitation, maybe amount of rainfall may be used. It will be at their discretion on how they determine what the capitalization rate would be, because you see length of growing season, amount of rain makes a huge difference on the production of your soil. So that's what we did. We used a may so they
So
can
just to clarify then, it's entirely up
Time,
to the,
Senators.
oh, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Crawford and Senator Urban. Senator Groney, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The way I understood this bill is Senator Erdman has presented it to the Revenue Committee and talked about it last year. This is fairness within a subset, within a county. This is what this does. It puts fairness on what the value of land is, what it can produce. That's easy to ascertain using USDA numbers. You just take the average of one, let's say, easy, simple way to do it is one ground, 1 year it had wheat, 1 year it had soybeans, 1 year it had corn. You take those averages of production on that ground, and then you conglomerate them and you come up with one value. It's not hard to do, but it's fairness within the county, between farmers. It has no effect on levy authority of local governments. I mean, nobody worried when valuations went up 10, 15% a year. Nobody seemed to worry about that it affected school funding, that it affected levy rates. So why would you worry about this when somebody's trying to stabilize that number so we don't have these wide swings? That's all Senator Erdman's trying to do. What I think the local taxing entities are out there lobbying about, it stops the automatic tax increases that they could hide behind that they didn't raise the levy because valuations went up. Increase their spending while they could still claim they didn't raise your taxes. They like those increases. Ag is different than residential and commercial because man keeps making more buildings, more houses. If your valuation goes up on your house to the point you can't afford it, you can sell your house, but then the next day or two move into another one, a lower cost. A farmer can't do that. He can't sell the high-priced land, go buy cheaper land, and survive. If you're a businessman, a lawyer, and your account's are lower, you can get a smaller office, move around. A farmer can't do this. So what we're trying to do, I believe here, is to stabilize his cost, his valuation cost, based on what his taxes he pays. I've heard questions here about education funding. Apparently, I understand exactly what Senator Erdman's going trying to explain this. Pretty soon, if we do property tax, you're going to be asking me a lot of questions about TIOSA. There's a lot of things not explainable, but the big word you got to remember is equalization. Who cares what the valuation is?
Makes no difference with school funding. Either the local person pays in property taxes or the state pays in state aid to education. If the valuations go down, the state fills the hole. The school's held whole. The schools are always held harmless. What the state likes is that the valuations have gone up in ag land, and it shifted the cost of operating the schools to ag. The state had a less burden. We had governors, Appropriation Committee chairs stand on the floor and said, we're only raising spending by 3%. Of course you did. Because valuation increases shifted the funding to the local taxpayers. Schools were held whole. Senator Erdman is trying to put a stabilization factor into local funding through property taxes. That's what he's trying to do. On the 15%, I've looked at that in the bill. That should have never been in there. Because if anybody knows statistics, when you got an 8-year Olympic average, you throw out the high and the low. The only way you could even come close to a 15% drop is if you had 3 zeros. You threw out one of them, you had to keep the other 2 in the 6. You would have to have at least 2 zeros. You would have to have 2 abnormal numbers on the high side and the low side to even come close in Olympic average to varying more than 5%. If I was him, I'd take that out. It doesn't belong there. Right now, we arbitrarily allow county assessors to take business and residential from 100 to 92. That's an arbitrary figure. That's a board that makes that decision, valuation. Ag land from 72 to 62. We keep talking about 75%. There's no ag land out there more than 72, and across the state it varies from 72 to 62%. We allow the county assessor that area. So this idea that this is new, that human factor is involved in the valuations with the board that Senator Erdman sets up, we do it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Groney. Speaker Scheer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reaching the allotted time on this, we will move to the next item starting tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Scheer. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, thank you. I do have some items. Enrollment and review reports. They have engrossed legislative bills 217, 269, and 590. I have amendments to be printed. Senator Howard to 570 and 570A. Senator Walls to 570. Senator Bostelman to 698. Series of name adds. Senator Matt Hansen to 418, DeBoer 424, Moorfeld 709, Matt Hansen 709, Vargas 709. Mr. President, Senator Vargas would move to adjourn the body until Friday morning, April 5 at 9:00 a.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. We are adjourned.